Intervention.
Right.
Right, so we should be good. Like a quick thing back here. Yes, please. Sound check. Susie, are you able to confirm that you can hear us?
I can hear you fine.
Fantastic. Thank you so much.
Yep.
All right, today is Thursday, April 3rd, 2026. This is the City Council's budget retreat. Calling this meeting to order and giving notice to the council and the public that at this meeting, the council may vote to go into executive session, which will not be open to the public for discussion and consultation with the city's attorneys for legal advice on any item listed on the following agenda. Can we have roll call?
Mayor Daggett,
Here.
Vice Mayor Sweet,
Here.
Councilmember Aslan,
Here.
Councilmember Garcia,
Here.
Councilmember House, Councilmember Matthews,
Here.
Councilmember Spence.
Here.
Councilmember House, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Allegiance.
United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thanks, Mayor. Would you read our mission statement?
The mission of the City of Flagstaff is to protect and enhance the quality of life for all.
Matthews,
Yes,
would you read our land acknowledgement?
that. The Flagstaff City Council humbly acknowledges the ancestral homelands of this area's indigenous nations and original stewards. These lands, still inhabited by native descendants, border mountains sacred to indigenous peoples. We honor them, their legacies, their traditions, and their continued contributions. We celebrate their past, present, and future generations who will forever know this place as home.
Thank you. All right, everyone, welcome to our budget retreat and let's go.
Morning, everybody.
Morning.
Good morning.
Happy, I think it's a Thursday. One of those weeks, but I don't know what day it is. Just really excited to be here today with all of start the City Council budget retreat today. We have an excellent day scheduled, a presentation. We're going to start, Heidi's going to give you kind of an day and then also the process, the timeline of the process. And then we're going to kind of get into the budget today. I think just a few things just to start. As you all know, this brand new city manager's first budget to be presented to council. It's been a bit of a whirlwind, and I think what I will say is that this has certainly been 6 months of transition. Just really want to thank the team that worked on this budget. As you all know, kind of in the middle of that process, we changed some things up with how divisions were presenting their budgets. We also disbanded our traditional budget team that was in place and put together a smaller team. We changed the division review timeline, so kind of a lot of changes in schedule. But I just want to thank Heidi Derryberry, Rick Tatter, Shannon Anderson, Kevin Finsel. We were the part of the core group meeting with divisions. I also want to thank the budget section as well for all of their help. But I think what you will see today is that this is a budget it's creative. We went into this process with very little ongoing and one-time revenue. So it forced us to look differently. And I think what you'll see is that any new positions, the majority of the new positions funded, we found offsets. We're going to talk about some new initiatives where some things in-house, but also using our external partners as well to deliver services. And then we are looking at our ongoing revenue and particularly our public safety costs and moving some of those items that were funded one time to ongoing. And we'll talk about all of that today. I'm not going to steal anybody's thunder. But I just want to say thank you to that team. It was a really fun process, and I felt like I feel really good about this budget that we're presenting today. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Heidi and we'll get started.
Good morning, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council. Heidi Derryberry, the city's budget director. I know that Joanne mentioned as the city manager, it was her first budget process as the new director of the budget section. It was my first process as well as my team. So again, I'd like to mirror the thanks to the budget section for helping. It was a little rough at times, but I think it'll get better as we go and we meld and learn. There's not working. But I'm up first, so okay, let's go. All right, so just a quick overview of what we're going to talk about today. Like I mentioned, I'm going to talk just briefly about the timeline to finish out this process. We're on the home stretch, it feels like. Rick's going to talk a little bit about our fund health. And then we're going to have some time where myself and Ryan will be talking a little bit about investing in employees, be presenting this morning. And then we have a section a little different. We're going to talk about some of our new initiatives that Joanne just mentioned, how we're shifting some things and doing some things differently. And then I will come back and talk about new budget appropriations. And then we'll talk about our budget requests and some of the limitations and how we focused on preparing the city manager recommended budget. And then this afternoon, we'll have some time to talk about the capital improvement program and some of the big projects there. Because as you know, we didn't have a specific capital retreat this year, so we wanted to spend a little bit of time on that. And then at the end of the day, and not just the end of the day, throughout the day, if there's questions or comments or things we need to address, we're happy to hear from the council as we go. But we do have some dedicated time at the end of the day just to make sure that everything is covered. As I mentioned, we're kind of getting to the home stretch. So our first retreat this year was back in December. We met with council again in February. And then today we're here with the city manager's recommended budget. After today, depending on results of today, we will be back, or I should say, I will be back in June before council for the tentative budget adoption. And then June 16th, we will have the property tax levy hearing, the first read of the property tax adoption, and then the final budget adoption. And then the last time that you'll see me, hopefully for a little while, is July 7th, where we will do the second read of the property tax adoption. And then July 1st is really when the new budget goes into effect. So it's a long road every year, but it's a very important process. So thanks for hanging with us for that. With that, I'm going to hand it over to Rick to talk about fund health.
Morning, Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Council members. Rick Tatter, Management Service Director and City Treasurer. Welcome to another April budget retreat. Good to see you all. As far as fund health go, I'm going to go over kind of general fund revenue updates. I'll talk a little bit about a property tax shift that we're going to be talking about, as well as our upcoming user fees, rate studies, and those types of things to strengthen our health of our funds. I'm going to start with the general fund sales tax. Since February, there's been a positive movement in our sales tax revenues. February retreat was based on those November returns, December tax returns, November activity. So we've moved up a couple months since then. January returns, which is for December activity, saw about a 6% growth in our tax revenues over the prior year. It was flat in February and then about a 2% decline in March. So it's a little bit of mix, but some positive movement there. Overall, it gave us about 184,000 in new revenue projections for our budget conversation, what we are proposing in the budget. And I just want to make a note that, while I'm saying there's tax revenue increase, that's not a measure of the economy. It just is. This is really just tax revenues. Increased revenues could come from increased costs, increased prices, and so forth. It was really not tied to business activity. So I just want to make that, that point. Picking out a few of the categories that have some changes over the last few months. First is our restaurant, bars, and our lodging tax revenues. These saw positive tax growth in the first quarter, about $99,000 gain over what our previous February estimates were. So positive notes there. Still some mixture as far as the restaurant, bars, and lodging and how those are reacting this year. We'll talk a little bit more about that when we talk about BBB funds. Retail saw good growth in the local retail and as well as marketplace over the last quarter. About a 7% in retail or local revenue growth over prior year and about a 10% over prior year for marketplace growth. We continue to see declines in a couple areas. Construction contracting, the tax on building facilities and so forth, as well as our personal property tax rentals. These have continued to decline over the last year. Most notably is a personal property rental revenues. We have not seen a positive year-over-year growth in this category for the whole fiscal year. A lot of this is tending to, vehicle rentals, and that is impacted by tourism activity in our community. So you'll see it on housing side or hotel, restaurant, hotel, motel sides, we're down in those categories. And this is kind of correlating to the same kind of consideration. That's just a big picture on sales tax revenues. Next is a quick conversation about our state share sales tax and some other general fund revenues. State share sales taxes, after the adjustment we went through with Santan Valley and we learned what those impacts are going to be for our shared revenues. This category of state shared sales tax continued to see growth over having a reduction related to Santan Valley. Overall, we're still looking at about a 3% increase year over year with those impacts. So we have moved some upward projections in here once we knew more of the impacts that occurred. On the state shared income taxes, you'll see that's unchanged. Those are generally known numbers. We understand that the Santan Valley is not going to impact this year's, next year's tax revenues, but it will impact us in 2028. So that's when tax conformity and timing of collections and then cities' distributions are impacted. Within our projections in our 5-year plan, so you won't see it in this current year budget, in our 5-year plan, we built in the full tax conformity. We don't know where legislator and the governor are going to negotiate as far as tax conformity. Really haven't heard much as far as either side giving way or having a good conversation about the budget, about those impacts. But what they do for tax conformity on their end will impact their budget negatively. So they're kind of weighing those kind of impacts also. But we're kind of planned for the worst case scenario, making sure that we're positioned properly as we learn more about tax conformity. Auto lieu tax or vehicle registration taxes, which come back to cities, a portion. They continue to meet budget even after the Santan Valley impact. So that has a little bit of growth grown here. But overall in our state shared revenues, we expect to meet or exceed our budget projections that we had going into this year. So very, very good news on that side of things. The lower part is some other tax or other general fund revenues that look at some larger revenues. Primary property tax, we reviewed those collections and receipts, and we made a slight adjustment upward to our year-end estimate in our general fund plan, about 75,000 or so upward. And in the building permits, we had some good returns in January, February, year over year. So more permits being pulled over the previous fiscal year. With this, we do anticipate that we will exceed budget now with our building permits throughout the rest of the year. But of note, we're not meeting last year's numbers. Last year's numbers was about 2.8 million. The previous was 3 million. So we're seeing a little bit of a slowdown in our building permit revenues over the last couple of years. Franchise fees in the first quarter were slightly adjusted downwards as we saw returns for the first quarter, but still anticipating being very close to our budget that we have adopted. So overall, in general fund revenues, the picture is that in the last 3 months, as we went through our budget discussions with the city manager, we were able to add about little over 400,000 in ongoing revenues that we use for our conversations, as well as about 700,000 one-time revenues. You'll see this numbers in Heidi's slides later today of our capacities and how that lands. Next, I'm going to talk about 3 other areas. EBB tax revenues. When we met back in February, we really saw that this one was being impacted by our hotels and lodging areas. They have been behind for most of the year. We see that international market is not coming to Flagstaff as well as it used to in the past. But we do have our Discover Flagstaff team out there trying to get other local markets or other regional markets to Flagstaff. But here, as we saw over the last quarter, and we have revised projections in the general fund, those impact the BB funds when I talked about those 2 categories. So now we are actually trending closer to budget, but there's 2 stories related to those categories. Our restaurants and bar tax revenues are up 4%, while our hotels, motels, short-term rentals, lodging stuff is down 4%. So you see it's a mix. In balance, we're going to probably meet those budget estimates at year end. On our transportation taxes, those tend to mirror the general fund. It's pretty much the same categories, but at different rates for transportation. Like the general fund, we are still projecting this category, which is your Lone Tree Overpass, your road repair, street safety, transit, and the street and ped improvements to be just slightly below budget, 0.5%. So not too bad of a news with that tax category. Yes.
So is there any focus, if you will? You say that restaurant and bars has increased a little bit, and that's mainly due to the cost of food and the labor costs and everything. We've seen more and more vacancies, you know, in our town. So are we keeping any radar on that increase isn't saying that business is good. Business is more expensive. So are we looking at all risk of losing more and more bars and restaurants because of the cost of labor and food costs and everything, or do we not focus down on that?
I generally do not get into that data. I don't know where to find specifically, how that interacts and changes the business models from an economist side of things. We just kind of see how things are trending over time.
But the 4% growth is not good news necessarily. It's not like, oh, they're just really filling up their restaurants and bars and having more service. It's taxed on the ticket items. So
yeah, I can't speak to how the business is going, but right, tax revenues are okay, but I recognize the business side may not. The hotel side is really tracked very well by a Discover Flagstaff team. They do a lot of metrics related to that. So we do look at those trends and see how they react to our returns occasionally, but.
I was just going to make a comment. It also gives me an opportunity to also say thank you to Heidi Hansen for her help during the budget process as well. But we track that through Heidi's area and economic vitality as far as business health and when businesses are leaving town, et cetera.
Yeah, I'm gonna be real honest. Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council Members Heidi Hansen. You're spot on, Councilmember Matthews. The 4% increase is kind of smoke and mirrors because quite honestly, they've had to deal with the minimum wage increases. And so it's kind of a balancing act for them. So if I would really take those numbers and dissect them, I would say they were not really having increases. And John Van Landingham's in the room as well. And so is Hunter from DBA. And I think they'd probably have a lot to say on that subject as well. Lodging is spot on. I'm surprised it's not more than 4% down because our international travel is horrible right now. And they are relying on those conferences. They're relying on those tours that come in great masses, the bus tours. So they are all struggling in that category right now as well. But you're right. It's not really an increase. It is definitely the fact that the minimum wage has increased and they've had to increase the rates. Does that answer you? Yeah.
All right, the last category on the screen is our highway user revenues, which is our gas tax, a portion we received back from the state. This one has been very interesting to track and watch this year. It's been up and down month to month as we move through this current fiscal year. But we've definitely seen impacts to several things on these revenues. The government shutdown last fall had impacts. The Santan Valley adjustments are now in our projections and so forth, as well as increasing gas prices. Increasing gas prices, people may not drive as much, not as much tax collection. So we're still going to be watching these revenues, but we're continuing to project that will be about $100,000 under our budget for this year-end projection. So those are a few of the big revenue updates. The next discussion is related to property taxes. So property tax is one of our revenues for our general fund, which is primary property tax and secondary property tax, which goes for general obligation bond payments. First, talking about a recap of primary property taxes, as we talked about in February. The rates for primary property tax is adopted by U.S. City Council within state statutes and requirements, which imposes a levy or revenues that the city brings in on an annual basis. Current year fiscal year tax levy is about $7.2 million, or is about 4.7% of our general fund revenues. The state provides a restriction that your levy could not increase more than 2% a year, but you don't lose that 2% if you don't use it. It just compounds and is added to future years. So as we've been in a flat levy, except for new construction, policy over the last 5 years, we now have a capacity of about 14%, not million, 14% or about $1 million under a maximum allowed levy. Not recommended we jump that fast or what have you, but that's kind of the picture that we're seeing right now. Should the council increase the levy mark, the current flat levy without new construction, there is going to be additional requirements. First, we have published the 60-day notice a few weeks ago. That's part of the rate notice that is required by the state. But in addition, if you give us direction today to pursue an increase in the levy, we will go through additional process called truth and taxation, which includes a newspaper notice, posting that for the public, and your meetings in June, we'll have those conversations. Primary property tax is really an unrestricted revenue that is used in our general fund for services that we would like to deliver. Sure, I stay on slides. Our other property taxes are secondary property tax. This is one that can only be used to pay back our general obligation bond debt. Further, we can only authorize general obligation bond debt if the voters approve us in a ballot measure in any November election. The city levies a secondary property tax to pay our debt service as we schedule the out years for debt that we've issued. And the rate is readjusted and calculated each year to show the state that we are maintaining a rate that is sufficient to pay that debt. And we have a property tax oversight committee that reviews our calculations, confirms, yes, you were allowed to charge that rate based on your schedule. So there's a process for that, but these are truly a restricted revenue source that we can't just move to a general fund or other purposes. They're restricted for use. So as we had a conversation in February, we talked about a couple considerations for the primary property tax this year. One was an option to consider just increasing this levy. Let's start using some of that levy capacity because we were low on resources and available for this tax year or budget year. The other one was to increase our primary tax levy with a decrease in our secondary property tax levy, also called a tax shift is what I'm kind of calling it. Through our conversations with the city manager and the team that she had looking for the budget presentation, we are presenting a property tax shift scenario, not just a tax levy for primary to increase, but a tax rate shift, like we talked about in February. So here is the narrative around what we are proposing and impacts of this shift of 0.04 is where we landed after analyzing several things. How does this impact our future bonding capacity, as well as how does it gain revenues for our unrestricted general fund? So with that consideration, we worked with our partner Stiefel to make sure we had the bond numbers right. And we have identified that the proposed shift would mean we go from a primary property tax rate, which would have been flat levy of 0.5807 and increased by the 0.4 to 0.6207. So increase in the rate, which then gives us a total increase in primary property tax levy for the current year, future, of about $537,000, which is unrestricted for general fund use. This does include the new construction portion. And as part of the city manager's budget process and proposed budget, we are applying all those gains and revenues that we were looking for primary property taxes toward public safety, strengthening up their budget with ongoing resources in the coming budget proposal. So that was very important for us to make that move. Yes.
And we had this discussion in our meeting, but I just wanted to bring it up here. And I know you're not finished with the property shift presentation, but I will want to have a discussion on how we ensure somehow that the shift and the additional revenues to the general fund through primary property tax is going to public safety and not reallocated to the next favorite thing that future councils might come up with. So I know there's things we cannot do, but I just wanted to say it out loud so council and staff can think about maybe a policy in place for some type of security that we know that this shift is actually going to the deficit that we have right now in public safety.
Press that now or so we've talked about that internally. Really what we do is a base budget process annually. Once we move monies into a base budget of any department, that's their starting point. We don't cut that with start of next fiscal year. We maintain that base budget. So that's part of our practice we've had for, I can say how many years I've been doing this, but so that sets the tone. Should a future council, it would actually be a conversation about cutting police-based budgets or fire-based budgets. That would be a conversation for future council to have. As far as budget practice, we maintain that as an ongoing commitment. And I'm sure your city manager agrees, that's a commitment to provide these funds.
Thank you.
All right, with the shift in rate and adding unrestricted revenues to general fund, we used about 7% of that 14% capacity, leaving about 7% for future consideration. Joanne's team is going to look at how do we look at the future of this tax revenue source over a 2, 3, 5 year period and start to use these tax levies for our operations for needs of the city. And the general fund. So we're gonna have a conversation about those in the off season and build something for next budget cycle. To help with the increase in rates of the primary property tax, secondary property tax rate goes from a 0.8 rate to a 0.76 rate. What this does is actually decrease the levies or the revenues on the property tax bills of about 502,000 less levy or revenues bringing in to pay debt. Adding that 502 plus new construction, that's that 537 that we're using for public safety. As we crunch the numbers and look at what the impact of general obligation bonds, because we heard that concern, we are looking to maintain about $95 million in capacity for future general obligation bonds for the next 20 years. Of note, there is the public safety ballot measure team that is looking at a potential ballot measure, about $40 million of this capacity potential being used. They haven't finished their deliberation, but that is one thing that is being considered. Compared to February, the previous February number was about 98 million. So it only adjusted a little bit because we looked at our projections better and looked at timing of issuing debt to make it still have a good capacity. Then our overall tax rate, based on our current policy of flat levy, flat rate, will stay at the 1.3807, which is slightly lower than the current tax rate this fiscal year. The reason it's lower is because as you increase your net assessed valuations, you adjust your rates downward to a rate to collect a similar revenue in your projections. So that's the narrative side of what we are proposing in the upcoming budget. The next slide is kind of the visual, the tabular side of what this means for these changes over this next considered proposal. So here is this table has two parts of it. The top part is the tax rate and what the impact would be from current year to base level to the tax shift. The bottom part is about the levy, the revenues that we anticipate bringing in. We show our two taxing authorities that we talked about: primary property tax, which is an unrestricted resource, and secondary property tax, restricted for debt payments. So you can see in the current tax year, we are looking at a total rate of the 1.4045. That's what our baseline is for this year. So based on next year, had we kept keeping our same policies of flat rate, flat levy, we show that the rate for primary property tax would have declined slightly because of those assessed valuations, and the secondary property tax remain at the 0.8. In total, that rate would be that 1.3807 that I showed on the previous slide. So that's that blue section in the middle there. Now, when you talk about a shift of that rate, you'll see it's just moving it from secondary up to primary property tax. So again, primary property tax now increases slightly, and the secondary property tax decreases by the 0.04, same overall tax rate proposed in the city manager's budget. The bottom part now talks about the revenues collected for these two different categories. In the current year, we're estimating just under 17 million in total tax collections. Based on our current policies, you'll see our total tax collection would be about a little over 17 million, shifting above 17 million. The allocation based on rates is about 7 million toward our general fund and 10 million toward debt. Total increase is about 475,000, primarily related to secondary property net assessed valuation increases. Moving on to the shift conversation. This just demonstrates that here's where we're going to shift the rate up and change the revenue resources to primary property tax. Here you can see our primary property tax revenues go up to 7.8 million, giving us that 537,000 we've been talking about for unrestricted capacity in the general fund. And our secondary property tax actually declines over prior year by about 61,000, overall 500,000 compared to baseline budget. So that demonstrates how we're going to maintain tax rate and tax levy within current practices that we've had. No questions on those. I will move on to, we wanted to provide some examples of impacts that our property owners would have based on these considerations next tax year. So, sure I've got the right page here. So on this table, again, we're looking at residential. We pulled out a certain class of residential. There's many classes. What we want to look at is the average class 3.01 within the tax roll. This is really your single family locally owned properties. So starting on this current tax year, the assessed valuations is an average of $333,000 for a average class 301. The total taxes collected, there you see the tax rate and total tax collection estimate about $460 per year. Going to our policy practices that we've had already, you can see how as we apply those rates that I showed on the previous slides, the rate change for primary and secondary remaining flat rate, you'll see the impact would have been about a $15 increase to a primary property tax bill at this average. That's about 4.47 per $100,000 of a residential value. So that was our baseline to start with. And then with a property tax shift, moving the rates around, you'll see that the primary residential probably pay a little more on the primary side, a little bit less on the secondary side, but still adding to that $15 tax bill increase for next tax year. That's the residential side impact of what our proposals are for this year. Next is a picture of the commercial property impacts. For this one, we didn't really have an average value of commercial property, so we used a $1 million property and then increased it by 5% assessed valuation increase that is potential on a commercial property. This one's a little bit different story than the residential tax rate because of what the state has is a assessment ratio. In the state statute, there is actually going to be a declining assessment ratio for commercial properties, meaning their assessment ratio is 16% current year. Next year will be 15.5%. So they take the total assessed valuations times the ratio, the percentage, to get what they're actually going to be taxed on, their net assessed valuation. So they're going to actually see a nice adjustment related to those calculations. So here you can see on our baseline proposal, we've been really flat as far as tax levies on our commercial properties around that $1 million. Actually, a slight decrease is what we're anticipating for those averages of one that would increase by 5%, about 11 cents lower. Don't spend it in one place, but a slight decline, which is good news. And it's part of the practice. Next year, it'll also be increased by a 0.5%. So overall, you can see the tax shift to 0.4, again, just showing that overall total revenues, total tax bill should remain about the same overall, just switching where it's collected for. So those are the impact of commercial and
Are you still talking about this, or can I make a, oh, okay, all right, I'll let you finish that.
All right, then one more slide on the property tax shift consideration. So this is a slide I kind of showed you in the February retreats as far as what our policy has been with a levy consideration versus our available 2% per year increases. You can see since fiscal year 19 and 20, we were even allowable, and then we kind of started growing capacity. So anything above the blue is to the orange is our capacity to increase levy. So this year we started out with a flat levy consideration, but in FY, what we're proposing for FY 27 is to use half that capacity. So really kind of splitting the 4%. Depending on future decisions, here's what flat levy would mean, not doing the 2% per year. But next year, this is where city managers is going to work with our how do we close this gap? How do we apply future levy decisions to maybe close that gap or adjust? So this is just the visuals of what we were looking for today in the future.
Yeah, and just to jump in, I think when we started this budget process, it was pretty clear that we needed to look at more ongoing revenue. And I think from a new city manager perspective, just looking at that 14% that we hadn't touched in years, it was an opportunity to talk with Rick and say, hey, how can we increase our primary, but are there some things that we can do to not have an impact on the taxpayer? And you can see that, you know, it'll be a minimal impact on residential, an actual decrease on commercial. So I think, you know, from my perspective, I just want to thank Rick and his work with Stiefel just to put this proposal together. It's creative. It sets us up for more ongoing revenue in the future. And as Rick mentioned, we're going to be working kind of in the off season on some proposals to utilize the rest of that capacity.
Talk about this one or the last slide.
Yes. Councilmember Matthews has a question.
I just want to make sure I'm understanding our conversations about property, primary and secondary. We need to go to the voters if we increase secondary. We need to go to the voters. We don't need to go.
Authorize debt.
Oh, authorize debt, okay. That's where I was confusing myself. So we can make these adjustments at the council level, but to add more bonds goes, so it's not changing the rate. Okay. I was confusing the two. And then, so we're talking in general, more ongoing funds in the general fund, but my interest is specifically, because this all highlighted for me with the public safety tax conversations. Off the top of your head, and you may not, and get it later. Do you know what the number is, what we're currently deficit in our ongoing funds to fund our public safety for operational aspects? Like, how much are we running in a deficit to where if we could shift that over to ongoing funds, what would it need? $500,000 a year, 2 million a year?
I think that's a hard question to answer as far as what do you mean by deficit? Right now, we have some of their funding with ongoing one-time revenue. We do have that pot of money. We're not quite fully in the base budget of their operations.
But one-time
They
money,
do have other needs and other requests that are above today's baseline. But I can't say that to get them fully funded to the full needs, I don't know how to get to that.
but outside of what they future needs. Right now, we're funding a lot of what they need with ongoing one time. So it's not set in the budget as this is your budget, correct? Can you give me a number on what that is, just to get us whole today? What are you looking at?
I'm looking at Heidi here. I know she's digging up that number, but I do not have that off the top of my head.
We need to bring that back.
Yeah, we can bring it back when
Don't wanna-
Heidi comes up to talk about that. But yeah, the secondary property tax rate is set by council based on our debt obligations. Right, so I am very confident we'll maintain that 0.76 in the years in the future. But if we take a ballot measure to the public that we want to actually increase the rate, we can tell the voters, approve this, but we're gonna have a higher rate. So that's when we have those conversations about what rate we want to set. But in the end, council approves both these tax rates each year.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions on the property tax portion? Council? Very good.
Just for the public's benefit, we have been giving an opportunity for council members to hear more details on this. You know, had a more in-depth conversation on this idea. So this is not the first time you're hearing about it today.
The last slide related to future fund health is, things we want to make sure we're considering in the upcoming year as we're looking at to help improve our health of some of our funds. As you took the lesson earlier this calendar year, we talked about adopting a cost recovery policy and set schedules for reviewing rates and fees for several areas. So in the general fund, we actually have a few of those areas that we're going to look to structure and recover the correct revenue amounts for several areas. Community and civic engagement fees, we're going to take a look at those. Direct open space and events fees are two of the ones that were in the cost recovery report. There are two other things to help our general fund that we are still working on. Our short-term rental license fee will be coming to council soon. That one, we're looking to increase it to the maximum allowed state level of $250 license per year. So we did that analysis and we posted a 60-day notice, and I think you'll hear of that very shortly. That did help us fund a position in the general fund with that resource next year. BBB administration or cost allocation. It's been a direction and practice over the last several years that we don't charge an overhead or cost allocation. What cost allocation is, we look at our general fund activities for our support services, city managers, finance, purchasing, and so forth, attorneys, and we calculate what each fund is responsible for. There's been a practice that we don't charge this to our BBB funds. This year, we are actually proposing that we start phasing in their cost to support the general fund and the administration of their program, their needs, and so forth. So that's one that gained revenues that we use in this upcoming budget process. We'll phase it over the next 3 to 5 years. We don't want to have negative impacts to these funds, but we feel that over growth, we can probably work together to get that covered for the general fund. The airport is actively looking at what fees and services they can bill for. They actually have consultants that they're looking at to use for this, to do a very overarching review of their fees at the airport, as well as they're going to start looking at potential of development and commercial leases in the coming year. Sustainability, looking at their program and their fee, which is on our utility municipal bill, as well as solid waste. We added to a rate study direction, and we will complete that probably this calendar year. The other one that's still in the mix and we're working on is our development fee review. We have to do this every 5 years. That one is in the process of developing the infrastructure improvement plan, which then develops into what you can charge for development fees for future construction. We'll likely have that done here soon or in the summer, with it coming back to council a couple times. We have to go through a 75-day process a couple times. So over the next 6 to 9 months, we should have these back in front and adopted in the future. These help those capital needs of our public safety areas, police and fire, but we're also looking at other areas such as parks, libraries, and transportation, which is a very hard conversation. We're trying to build that for council consideration, and we'll see how those numbers come out. So those are some of the things that we're looking for fund health that may provide resources in the future for these areas. And with that, I am done with this section. If council has any questions.
I just had a quick question. Are we going to do deeper dives on stuff like understand for these monies?
We're not going to do a deeper dive today. We've talked about how the general fund is having to support because there's increasing cost of operations. That's why we really want to look at their fees to help them be self-supportive. They're just not there, and there's ways that we could adjust fees, maybe get them closer. But as we bring back rates and fees, we'll talk about that picture with you. As we go to airport commission and council, we'll talk about these considerations. Right. Welcome.
Right. The next thing that we want to talk about is our investment in our employees. This area continues to be a very high priority for the city. And while we were experiencing and are experiencing limited ongoing resources, the team that worked on the city manager's recommended budget does feel that we were able to continue with our commitment to our employees related to compensation and benefits with what we were presenting this morning. The first item that I just wanted to touch on briefly is that pay for performance and step increases continue to be fully funded in all of the 5-year plans. So while we're seeing restricted ongoing resources, we have been working on ways that we can continue that commitment as an organization. Another area that we are needing to address, once again, as many of you may know, we have tried to stay above the minimum wage as our starting wage here at the city to help with recruitment and retention. And with the creeping of minimum wage, it is estimated that likely in the next year we will starting wage will be the same or below minimum wage. So we have, as part of this proposed plan, recommended a new starting wage effective July 1st of 26 to move the city to $19.48. This currently is our starting wage of 10R, our range of 10R. Additionally, as we've already mentioned, minimum wage continues to have impacts to the city as well as this organization. We are above the minimum wage with our starting wage currently, which will help us this next year. However, we do anticipate that with a 3% CPI potential adjustment, that the minimum wage will start to surpass our starting wage. So we have built in a potential increase for the minimum wage adjustments this next year. And this is the first year we are actually separating our regular pay plan and our temp pay plan and recommending that our temp pay plan stays with the minimum wage as their starting wage versus our permanent city employees will move to the regular pay plan. So currently we have planned like I said, a 3% CPI adjustment for our temp pay plan for minimum wage. If on January 1st of 2027, that is not adequate, we will make adjustments at that time, obviously, to stay with the legal requirements. Another area for compensation, we continue to have, we kind of call in those critical need positions throughout years. So we did set aside some money in the general fund to address those if they come up. Examples of this are hard to fill positions, or if you recall a couple of years ago, the dispatch, we were at a critical vacancy level and we were trying to come up with ways to help with the retention and recruitment of those positions. So this is kind of the set aside money that we have made available in the general fund in case we have any of those positions that we need to address over the next year. So those are our compensation recommendations for the city manager's recommended budget. Moving on to the city manager recommended budget benefit recommendations. So we hear often and over from EAC and others that they would like the city to continue at least maintaining our cost share ratios for our employees related to our benefits. I'm happy to say that even with the 6% expected increase for our medical and dental, we were able to build this into our budgets. We are planning to maintain cost share and the base plan continues to remain free for those employees with wellness participation, excuse me. Something new that we have and you have probably heard as well over the last number of years is parental leave and trying to continue to move the city forward with increasing that benefit to our employees. As part of this year's budget, we are recommending an additional 2 weeks to move for a total of 6 weeks paid time for our leave. Another benefit that we are planning to implement this next year is retiree health savings account. This is an option for retirees to invest in an HSA upon retirement from the city. It just gives them another option for their sick leave payouts, vacation payouts, et cetera, to have somewhere to put those on a tax-free, I think, basis. We are currently working, the team is working on what this looks like actually right now to try to have it prepared for actually a 7/1 implement. So this is a new benefit. And then some other benefits that we have been able to continue funding in this proposed budget is the well-received citywide tuition assistance program. There is never enough money, but there is a significant amount that we've been able to invest in this program that there is a share that those are interested that will get some assistance. The EcoPass program, we are continuing this for another year, supported by the general fund as well as some contribution from the sustainability fund. And I think probably later on today, you'll hear about, there has been a significant increase this year in the participation in that program. So that is super exciting. And then again, there is some funding available for the employer assisted housing program. This fund this year is got some funds available due to some payoff of the loans on those. So it goes right back into that revolving program for our employees. So that's all I have. Any questions on compensation or benefits before I hand it over to Ryan?
So I couldn't imagine how this would be useful for staff. But I'm trying to get a better picture of how much the minimum wage is going to cost us. Do we have numbers, general numbers even, on how much the minimum wage is going to cost us moving forward with your plan for the minimum wage, which I agree with?
I don't have the number off the top of my head, but yes, we have estimated calculations of what our recommendation is, so I can share those numbers with you.
And Councilmember, are you talking about in the future as well as we start to?
Or at least for this next phase, that we can kind of base it off of that first phase, how many employees we have, as how much.
Yeah, there's a lot that goes into calculating impacts and what we have done. Actually, as part of this proposal, because of our starting wage, and Ryan's probably way better to talk about this than I am, but correct me if I'm wrong. Actually eliminating another pay range. So 05R in our regular pay plan and 05T in our temporary plan, those are going away because of the creep on minimum wage and our starting wage. So we can put together estimates. It's also hard, right? Depending on CPI adjustment of what the true cost of this starting wage is. But it continues to be a significant impact annually every year that we are bumping those up. And then when we get to the point of wanting to move our starting wage, that's an additional cost. Like I said, I can share the numbers of this year's cost for the 27 budget estimates. So it'll just take me a minute to pull those up.
If you have them handy and ready, then it would be greatly appreciated. But mainly, I think it's just to tell the story moving forward of how, you know, oftentimes I get, even myself, I'm like, oh man, I got to pay more in taxes this year. But knowing what I'm paying for would help me as a citizen understand that everybody's paying more for everything. For this part of the presentation, I think it's helpful.
And I'll bring that numbers up when I come up with the other fire numbers here on today. I'll call. I'm going to hand it over to Ryan. He's going to come and talk a little bit about the market pay update.
Good morning, Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of council. Ryan Saxby, your HR Risk Management Director. I have a couple slides here. I wanted to touch base on the city's efforts related to employee compensation, specifically related to market and market adjustments for employees. The city manager's recommended budget does not include the same level, same system that we've utilized the last few years as far as employee market compensation. But I think this is an opportunity, and that's kind of what I want to talk to you about today. So just for a little bit of background, the way that the city has operated is about 4 years ago, 5 years ago, the city took looked at all of our classifications. We have about 330 classifications today. Divided those up roughly, this is kind of high level, into about 25%, and looked at doing market analysis and then subsequent adjustments based on market analysis, about 25% of the classifications each of those 4 years. So over the last 5-year period, and the way it says 5 is we study 1 year, make adjustments, the next study, make adjustments. All of our classifications were reviewed for market from 2020 to 2026. What that meant is if market dictated a change in our recommended salary grade assigned to a classification, that classification's salary grade shifted, as did all the employees within that classification as well. What we did was we brought all classifications within 7.5% of the market average midpoint. So the way that we did market assessments, and we will continue to do market assessments in all likelihood, is we look at our comparators in the market, our benchmarks. We look at what the range is for a particular classification that most closely matches our classification here at the city of Flagstaff. We look at the midpoint, we look at all of our comparators, we average out that midpoint, we compare it to our midpoint, and if that average is more than 7.5% above what our is, we make an adjustment to our classification, or its range assignment rather. We have invested about $12 million over that time period, and almost $4.5 million in this fiscal year, so July 1 of 2025. Of course, Heidi has mentioned this, but we have continued to invest millions in pay for performance and step increases, and that is built into the 5-year budget plan. I did a little survey of some sister jurisdictions, heard back from Scottsdale, Tempe, Tucson, and Surprise. Not a single one of those jurisdictions has anything multi-year built into their budget plans related to employee compensation. So Flagstaff is unique in the fact that we've built in, up to 4% performance into our 5-year budget plan, which is something to be certainly celebrated. So I get here in August. There's an opportunity. We've just finished our 4-year cycle with market, looking at the way that we've, done market or done the analysis. And I certainly had some questions. And I think I also received a lot of feedback, whether that from leadership, EAC, employees directly, my members of my team. And I heard some criticisms of our existing way and methodology in which we do market analysis. And I think we have an opportunity to address that here moving forward, taking this year to do that refinement and that assessment. The one thing that I think was most notable is, and I've mentioned it, is we have to wait for a classification to fall greater than 7.5% below market before our current methodology or our former methodology would necessitate a change in that classification's grade. So if a classification is, for example, 6% behind market, it's not going to get an adjustment in our current process. And then we'd have to wait 4 years to restudy that classification. And presumably it's going to be much greater than 6% behind market, and to make that adjustment is a much larger jump to make. The other thing is we reviewed classifications that were in what I call job families. So think of, HR generalist, HR analyst, senior HR analyst, so groupings of jobs. We reviewed those in different years. And I think the idea was we kind of wanted to spread the review across divisions and not have particular impacts on funds. I don't know that for certain, but was needed. But what it did do is it created compression within job families. So if a position, using my example of HR, if our HR generalist was reviewed in fiscal year 22, that the HR analyst wasn't reviewed until fiscal year 24, and the generalist necessitated a change upward, we have a compression issue where you have which is a lower graded position sitting up against or sharing a grade with, making it kind of awkward for divisions and employees and HR. So what some of the compression groups that I just came in, I looked at, we have this in housing with our specialist and lead. We have it in our library with our lead and our specialist, equipment operator 1, 2, 3, attorney 1, 2, 3, HR. I've given that example. This exists across our city. The other thing is we use a large number of comparator organizations when we do our market analysis. And I'm going to say a very large number of comparator organizations. And that is really just not necessary. We are currently working with a compensation consultant. That was one of their first recommendations was, wow, that's a lot. Not only is it, extra work to review that many, but it actually can degrade our data. So the more data points you use, if they're not good matches, if they're not good benchmarks, it can actually make our data as far as what the market average midpoint is, not as strong. If you don't use, if rather than using targeted comparative organizations. So that's really not a best practice. And then I think the big thing is this current process for market is really not budget sustainable. $12 million over a 4-year period. We just don't have that in the budget. So we're taking this year, this opportunity to review our process, refine our approach, and recommend next steps. So what does that mean? We're going to improve how we review our jobs. So we're working on a job description update process, talked about this in a previous retreat, and validate our market data. We're going to focus on roles that are the most behind market. So what I see us being able to do is, refining our comparators, identify which jurisdictions make the most sense, come up with a standardized systematic process to do market analysis, and then hopefully be able to study positions more frequently. So rather than having to wait the 4 years, we'll be able to, if we can come up with a more refined, a little bit more streamlined process, we can study our positions more frequently. I don't want to put a number on what that looks like, but it'll certainly be more frequent than once every 4 years is the goal. But we will be able to rank our positions from, at or potentially above market, although I think that's probably relatively rare in public sector, all the way down to the most behind market. And then we can adjust, we can group our jobs together in job families. So that's that second kind of sub bullet. And then those positions that are most behind market, depending on budget capacity, we can make that adjustment that year. Keep reviewing those every year or two is kind of what my goal is every couple of years. I don't want to per se say that yet because we're taking this year to work with our consultant to develop a process that makes sense. That said, our goal will remain to maintain a total compensation package that's internally equitable, externally competitive, and certainly within the financial capability of the city. We're going to try to develop a plan to meet as many goals as possible and address those items of points of contention, if you will, that I've mentioned. We'll continue to work with our classification and compensation advisory team, which is comprised of our finance team, so on management services, members of city manager's office, EAC, legal, and of course, HR. We'll work with legal and EAC separately. And then of course, with our consultant, we do have within this budget a recommendation for a little bit of dollars to continue some ad hoc work as check-in points. So we're not outsourcing at all our analysis for market, just checking in with a consultant on, does this make sense to you? What do you see as drawbacks or considerations if we were to move in this direction? And then we want to recommend timely compensation changes that are beneficial to all and within our, the fiscal responsibility of the city. So my goal is to be able to say these classifications are most behind market, and then the city manager's office and budget can look at that and say, here's how much money we have and address those, based on that methodology. And with that, I will take questions. Yes, sir.
What I'm about to say may not be popular with my colleagues here at the table, but have elected positions been included in the market comparisons over the last decade, particularly the last 4 years?
That is a great question. And I think that's set by statute, isn't it?
It is, but we actually did do that process. I'll have to look up the date, but it's separate from this market analysis.
Yeah, there's actually a city ordinance that provides for how elected salaries are adjusted or modified, and it goes through a process. So it's separate and apart from this, but it is compared, like Shannon said, to other cities when that happens. I believe that's how that worked, Shannon. Want to double check on how it worked last time.
Yes, and I'm just looking at the Commission on Council salaries to see the last time that we brought forward. It's 2020.
I think it was 2022.
That's what it looks like, 22. Oh, man.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Make sure.
I really appreciate the hard work that you guys have been doing. I remember a time when things didn't look so rosy on the front of our employees' payment structure, and it was costing the city at that time a lot of retention and a lot of other hassles that were in place. So my question for you is, do you have data on our retention rate since the changes has happened? I realize it's rather short sample size, so I understand if you don't, but I think understanding that side of things will help determine if it's even impactful that we're making these changes, because we have seen so much fluctuation in market rates when it comes to certain jobs. So I've seen the impacts like at Public Works, how that has helped in certain cases, but in other departments, the question.
I can speak city as a whole to some degree. I think for the first time, Jen is in the back, she can correct me if I'm wrong. Our turnover rate is dipping below 10% since the pandemic. So we'll be reporting that out through our newsletter here in the coming days. So that was a good thing. So turnover, I think, is kind of the particular key performance indicator as far as retention is concerned. I think the last time I was in front of this body, it was around, we look at it on a quarterly basis, citywide. We can dive in if needed on particular divisions, but it was around 13 to 12.5 to 12. And then this last quarter, we saw it about 9.6. I don't have the number exactly, but just below 10.
It's good, and I appreciate that. And I would like us to keep a lens on that year over year, because I think the larger the sample size gets, the better the picture gets for us. And these changes that we're making are kind of really financial, since we did all the other things to keep people in line with the pay rate of their work, their quality of life, and employee retention, just general happiness for working for the city, which was hugely important. But without the data, I think looking at one side will be a disservice if we're not looking at the other side as well.
Absolutely. And we do have that data goes back quite a ways. I was very pleasantly surprised when I arrived here at the city and saw that the team had done a really good job of tracking, key metrics year over year on a quarterly basis. So I can bring back some of that data the next time we meet for sure, if not sooner.
Yeah, I'm just thinking on an annual basis, adding it to the slideshow would be great for future councils as well as myself. Thank you.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Can I make just a comment? I just want to say thank you to Ryan and his team for his thoughtful approach. I know it's not the best news, but I think Ryan made the point, and I'd like to just reiterate this, that we are one of the organizations that do have pay for performance budgeted for 5 years and on. Some other organizations that I know I've been talking to, they're not even doing increases this year. Just so I just want to make that point that I feel like this is a really thoughtful approach to take a pause and get back to this. It may look different, but I just appreciate Ryan's thoughtfulness on this.
Thanks for the opportunity to think about it.
Yes, please.
Thank you, Ryan. Really appreciate all this information. I'm wondering, maybe this is a communications question. How is this being communicated to the team? In the role that I serve outside of council, we're having similar conversations and talking right now about how do we communicate this to the rest of the company if there aren't going to be large numbers of promotions because of some of the financial challenges, if there aren't going to be cost of living adjustments or things like that. Has the team talked about like what that communication looks like?
We have extensively and frankly, we've started to a great degree on that communication. Of course, we don't want to work too far ahead of, you know, budget. But about a month ago, I want to say March 23rd, I think is when the city manager did similar presentation, you know, to all staff as far as what would be presented here. And then within that, I did a similar presentation along with Heidi to explain this. 2 days later, on March 25th, I presented the same material to our Employee Advisory Council. Shared a copy of the recording from the 23rd so that they could hear that messaging as well. And subsequently, we have started the conversation with leadership. So we do know we have a group of employees that likely this next fiscal year would be expecting an analysis and potentially an adjustment, right? If we were to, I'll call it a phase 2 new 4-year cycle of the same way that we did it the previous 4 years. And we're reaching out to those division heads directly to discuss and talk about the best methodology in which to communicate to their particular employee group. So whether that's conversations directly with the director and HR with employee or employees impacted, whether that's a letter, and then I'll put it into our newsletter as a message from the, you know, my role, the HR director, summarizing the great extent what was discussed here today.
Thank you.
And anything you want to add on that?
Well, yeah, and then I will be doing an all-employee message at some point as well. So I feel like the communication's been good.
We know it's important, so we try.
Thank you.
Thank you. I think it's break.
I think we're a little break. I'm coming back at 10:15. Yes. I'll come back at 10:10.
And 10.
And 10.
And 10.
Mayor.
All right.
Sorry, I just felt like the biggest break.
Sorry.
in the world right now.
Next, Mayor Council, we have our EAC reps presenting today. Do you mind introducing yourself and
Jessica Negrito. I work in fire administration and I'm one of the co-chairs for EAC.
Dan Carrick, I'm the other co-chair for EAC. I work for Pros. I'm a rec supervisor at J Lively Activity Center.
And for those of you that aren't aware, EAC stands for Employee Advisory Committee. And so we do stand before you today representing a collective group, since every division throughout the organization. And throughout the year, we work on various projects, not just the ones you're going to see on the screen today, and various policies and initiatives. What you're seeing today have a budgetary impact. And so that's why they're part of this process. And we're really thankful to have the opportunity to bring forward the employee voice in this budget process. Sure how to go. Click on.
All right. Well, fortunately, I get to follow Heidi and Ryan, and they were able to provide a lot of information for you, some good context on the direction that we are moving forward. So numbers 1 and 2 have been the same for EAC for several years. Number 1 is compensation. So that's us requesting the city to continue to look at compensation for employees, right? So the way we had originally requested it is we were looking to start that 4-year cycle all over again, right? Ryan had just alluded to the fact that we had gone from 2022 through 2026, and we were able to evaluate all the positions within the city. So 100% of the positions had been evaluated. So what we were looking to do with EAC was basically start that cycle all over again. In working with HR and Ryan, the HR team in general, we've decided that the best course of action might not be to stay on that same path of that 4-year cycle, like Ryan alluded to. Choose say someone was 6% behind and then they're not evaluated for 4 more years. So we do think that in working with the HR team, we will be able to come up with a better path forward to be able to look at the positions that are below that midpoint and able to get them to where they need to be so that we can remain a desirable employer for people in the Flagstaff community. And then our second bullet point here is to be competitive with medical cost sharing ratios. So again, that's maintaining that same cost sharing ratio for the single employee, which means that the plan stays free as long as they complete all their wellness check-ins. And then maintain that same cost sharing across the board, whether it's for the family or whatnot. We just want to make sure that employees aren't being priced out to where they're having to fund the additional, say, 6% that gets added to their medical. We would like the city to continue to maintain that cost sharing ratio.
Great. And so the next 2 items, the third one is kind of a twofer. So there was a proposal to increase the sick leave pay. In our organization, you receive 100% of your vacation when you leave the organization, and it's 50% of your sick leave if you have at least 20 years of service or you're retiring through one of the pension programs. So the request was to increase the amount of sick leave to something like 75% or 100%. That was not funded in this year's budget. And the second part, which I was particularly excited about because I was on this subcommittee, is the retiree HSA program. And I know Heidi already really kind of spoke to this, but hear frequently that a common deterrent to retire, quite frankly, is the cost of medical and getting them to that Medicare eligibility age. And so one of the ways right now, we do have the payout program when you leave with your vacation and sick. And so this is an option where you can deposit those funds into an HSA. Like Heidi mentioned, we're still figuring out, limitations in the program itself. But this would, quite frankly, be a great benefit as a tax, you know, a tax savings for both the organization and the member, and would help be able to fund those medical costs in order to get that employee to Medicare eligibility. The last one is the expansion of parental leave. So you probably have seen this one on the list for a few years, and we're thankful. The ask initially was the full 12 weeks of paid parental leave coverage. So the employee really doesn't have to dip into their vacation and their sick leave during the time of a birth or adoption. But the addition of the 2 weeks now covers 50% of that 12-week FML period, and really excited to see that program expand. Some of these you've seen before and will continue to hopefully push for. You may see new ones in the future, but we're just thankful again for the opportunity to be included in this process.
Thank you for serving.
Yeah.
I know it's a lot of extra work. Any questions? Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
I'm going to kick off the next section, and Shannon and I are going to tag team this one. So this is the new initiatives discussion. I did want to just provide a correction just on the agenda. We have housing on here as a new initiative. I think we all know that housing is a continuing initiative, so we won't have this item, and that will be replaced with budget process improvement. To give some background on this item, so as we were going through the division review meetings, there were several things that kept coming up as themes with divisions, and I think you all heard it as well in the last retreat, just this focus on core services. Some of the items that continued to come up, we talked a lot about vegetation maintenance and custodial costs and contracts for communication and website improvement, all of these items. We decided to really kind of focus on putting together opportunities to fund new initiatives. And I'm not going to steal Shannon's thunder because I think some of them, it's a big transition for the organization, but in the long run, it will be pay for itself in the long run. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Shannon, who's going to start off with our first.
Thanks, Joanne. So we're going to talk a little bit about the custodial team. As Joanne alluded to, as a budget team, we were discussing the various budget requests that were submitted this year. And our budget section had actually identified a number of custodial requests, and some of them were fairly significant. We've continued to receive these types of increases from the custodial contractor due to the annual change in minimum wage, which was also touched on earlier. As a team, we started talking about the success we experienced with addressing the municipal facility security with the assistance of our police aides instead of private security. Wondered, could we accomplish the same thing if we started utilizing the custodial contractual dollars and brought a team internally and reallocated that money? We calculated the funding and determined it could support staff and still have a decent amount of money for supplies and equipment. We believe reappropriating the money for contractual custodial services to an internal team that would be led by facilities will increase the quality of services being delivered. The custodial contract will remain in place for some facilities where it makes sense from a service delivery standpoint. Some of these will be the airport, the parks restrooms, and maybe others. The internal team will continue to include facilities teams, but specifically for this group, a public works supervisor and 8 new custodial staff members. Public Works is diving into all the details to determine what service delivery might look like should this be approved, and begin to understand each of our facilities' unique needs.
Just to, this does mean better toilet paper for city.
In case that was top of mind for some. Gotcha. Right-of-way team. So again, as a team, we've been talking about right-of-way maintenance actually for a few years now. When parks and streets were both part of Public Works, many of the duties were shared given the number of personnel and the type of equipment that they had available. Pros became a separate division back in 2021. I don't know about you, for me, it felt like just yesterday, but it was actually quite some time ago. We've been discussing growing infrastructure and the fact that some of them hadn't been assigned because we're just lacking capacity on both sides of the organization, and also really trying to understand what funding sources are available and appropriate for this type of work. We had a few key meetings prior to the budget process and received a legal opinion about HERF funding that led us to the decision about creating a right-of-way team, which is what we're presenting to you today. The primary focus is to align each team with their primary purpose. Parks employees have been doing a great job, but this change will reinforce that Parks employees are going to focus on parks, and this will expand the streets group to work in additional right-of-ways. So another change that we're excited to bring forward for your consideration today. To communications.
This is a topic that I know is very near and dear to City Council's heart, but also to the organization as well. I think quickly after I joined the organization, it'll be 3 years in May, I have just been amazed at the amount of work that our communications, our public affairs team does with the little resources that they have. And I think we're at a point right now where we need to be building up that division and providing the staff that they need to really do a better job of telling the city story. And I think this all fits together with what we do as an organization. One of the requests that came forward this year from Public Affairs, CCE, Stacy's division, is a request for a digital media specialist. And this individual would be primarily focused on the website. So this individual would focus on website management and ensuring compliance, improving the user experience, and better utilizing technological advancements. And what we see with this position is that it not only enhances our external face, it also helps our divisions by having somebody dedicated to the website full-time. I think what it also does is it frees up the staff in public affairs to work on other items, strategic outreach, engagement, high-level communication initiatives, our social media presence, photography and video initiatives, and digital accessibility. Establishing this position strengthens the city's communications program, its expertise, and improves our overall quality of what we're providing to our city. And it also delivers the accessible, user-friendly digital services our community deserves. We're very excited about this new initiative. I mean, obviously putting more money into an initiative that that has, just needs more staff and resources. And we're excited to see what that team can do with a new position. Are there any questions?
Yeah, this is great news.
Not necessarily a new initiative for the organization, but we felt it was important to keep this on the list to talk about things that are currently in the works related to technology. And if you recall, kind of the big discussion last year in our budget was application modernization, and CJ brought forward a pretty robust budget request last year to really jump in and upgrade our technology in several different areas. So in the works right now, we have our computer-aided dispatch, our CAD and records management software for public safety. That is underway. Fleet software, our procurement and contracts software, which actually launched, I believe, last week. And if you haven't used it, it's awesome. It's great. And our pros software that Rebecca has been taking the lead on, we're moving forward with Kaizen software. But some of the new, the next projects that we're working on are big ones. And I know I've talked to council about this, but that we're going to be moving forward with a new enterprise resource planning software, ERP, which is a big undertaking. This is what it's our financial, HR, payroll, work orders, billing, budgeting, and cash receipts. So everything we do as an organization relies on this ERP and a strong ERP. And we're moving forward with that process right now. And the last item on the list, not last but not least, is looking at some new planning and development services, permitting software that we're in upgrading as well. So all big items, but I'm definitely committed to implementing. Yes, Mayor.
Can you talk a little bit about the planning and development services software, and will it create efficiencies, speed up approvals?
CJ coming to the front. And Michelle, do you want to add something too, but maybe. She was asking about the new planning services, the new permitting software.
And actually, CJ might be better to answer that what we're going to, but I can tell you that the current software we have is incredibly outdated. It requires an extensive amount of staff time, dealing almost on a daily basis with new contractors. So they're new, but a lot of them are repeat contractors who are just trying to submit their permits, and we have a lot of problems on the back end. It's not very forward facing, allowing the public to view where permits are in the process, which is very problematic, both from an applicant standpoint as well as the general public. And it's not intuitive as far as it's being able to help, send out reminders to people that have reviews that are late. And so we're looking at a software project that hopefully CJ can talk more about, but that will address some of those concerns. I don't know that all of those concerns will be addressed, but those are just some of the major problems we're having with our current system that we're hoping that a new program can either eliminate or meet us halfway.
Yeah, Michelle really covered a lot of it, a lot of the struggles that we're currently having. So our steps that we're going to be going through is we've done a little bit of demoing just to kind of see what's out there. And there's a lot of great products out there, but we're going to be going through a very extensive process where we're going to be kind of seeing what the pain points internally from staff are, but we're also going to reach out to some of those contractors, bring them in, kind of see what their pain points are, get that sort of requirements list based off of both internal and external concerns. Use that list as in kind of that product selection to really nail down what's going to be the best product to serve our community, make this the most efficient process possible and all of that. So.
And I can just say one thing I'm super excited about this project is that we're going to have access to a firm that's going to help us really map out all of the different processes that we do have from a project review, both from a planning standpoint and a building permit review process. And it's going to allow us to really get into a think, how do we remove these bottlenecks with a third party kind of helping facilitate that? It's something that's long overdue. And so it's not only am I excited about the new software program, I'm just excited about the help in having that exercise.
And I think that's a really good point. Actually, as much as I'm an IT guy and I love new software, it's not about the software. The software is just the tool to make the business processes as efficient as possible. So for all of these projects that we see up here, we've been reevaluating our internal processes. Are they the right processes? Are they efficient processes? Those types of things, and where it's applicable as well. So.
Excellent. Thank you.
So this topic isn't going to be a surprise to anyone because we've been talking about it a lot here lately. Just had our most recent update to council on March 24th. But looking back, this is a topic that we as staff have been working on for a few years. We went through a process specifically with our fire department where we realized we weren't going to have the ongoing money available in general fund to meet their personnel needs. And we knew we had some large capital expenses coming up, especially with the John West extension. So we began as staff talking about what could we do. And as an opportunity. And kind of at that same time is when council started in 2025 talking about public safety needs to be a priority. We had seen what had happened in the Palisades and some other catastrophic wildland fires, and that certainly caught not only our council's attention, but our community as well. So back in 2025, council said we need to consider what we can do to address those public safety needs, and we as staff have been working diligently since then. As you know, we started a citizen committee. We began working with them in November after we went through a selection process to select those committee members. They've been meeting almost on a weekly basis. They paused for a couple of the holidays. They paused to give staff a little bit of time to do some background work for them. And then we paused again most recently so that the community survey could be completed, which we presented those results to them last night. So we are nearing the end of this process where that committee is working, talking about what a recommendation to council might look like. We've invited the community to come and to share comment at all of these last meetings so that they can be sharing their thoughts that they have about public safety or about potential funding mechanisms, and even what they think about an election and if this is something that should be part of that. Those notices, that press release, I believe, went out last week. And Sarah also did some additional work on our site because the committee last night wanted to make sure that folks knew where could they get the most synthesized message that really talks about what our need is. And so she added a part to our Connect Flagstaff page where folks know that, hey, that March 24th presentation to council is the most comprehensive presentation that you can look at that basically synthesizes everything that we've been talking about for the last few months. So what's the next big milestone? That will be June 2nd. That's when the committee will have their recommendation and we will be bringing that back for council's consideration. And this would be to decide whether or not we're going to be putting a ballot measure on the November 2026 election. If we are, what that might include.
I have a question.
Go ahead.
Shannon, what is the deadline to put something on the ballot? July something?
June 16th is when we have it scheduled right now on the working calendar.
So we're gonna get a presentation on the recommendation on June 2nd and have to decide tweaks or no tweaks in 2 weeks after that.
Yeah, I mean, Councilmember Matthews, I mean, just, there have been meetings that have been happening with this committee, and all of that information is available as well for council. I'm sure you get that before that presentation.
I've been watching it. I'm just,
Yeah.
you know, I don't know that everybody else is. And so whatever is in it on the 2nd, and then if we wanted to make some tweaks or something, you know, we'll have to make sure it's on the agenda so we can continue to talk about it over the next couple of weeks.
Sounds like we might have a little.
Go ahead.
I'm just wondering, thank you so far for all of this information, Shannon and Joanne. I'm wondering, particularly in terms of public safety, I find it hard to imagine that we won't have a recommendation for this measure to move forward. But if it did not, what else are we looking at in terms of, you know, catching up and prioritizing different public safety measures for the city? Primary outlet that we're looking at, or are we continuing to investigate other pathways?
So we did, Rick presented on the shift this morning. That is certainly the largest new investment. It's $537,000 that we would be making in public safety. What we've been talking about as a committee, and I think it's pretty reflective of what we've been talking about as staff as well, is that, you know, do we continue to bring that item back? because quite frankly, coming up with millions of dollars in order to build a new facility is not something that we typically have in our general fund. And so even if we hadn't done a citizen committee, a bond would still be what we were looking for. And so I think, you know, we would continue to look at what new revenue sources do we have to bring into our general fund. I think Rick and Joanne touched on that. We've got that 14% that we have available to us that hasn't been utilized over the past, I think it's 7 years. And then we would strategize, like, do we continue to educate on what the needs are for a plan to maybe go out for something again in a future year? I think something important for this group to know, and we clarified it for the committee last night as well, is that sales tax can only be done on even years, but bond requests can go every year. And so if we were unsuccessful, there is an opportunity for us to ask for bond dollars again in 2027 if 2026 was not available and we had the support of council. What we also, Heidi did a great job of reminding the committee that there's equipment and tools in those bond dollars, even beyond new construction. So even though we might not have a sales tax to have the new personnel that would go into a new fire station, we still are getting some of the tools and equipment that they need for the staff that exists today if we were successful in a bond. So those, I think, are some of the conversations that have been going on Councilmember House, but I can't say made a decision because we're not sure what the future is going to bring.
Kevin, thank you. And I think what I would add is we don't have a lot of flexibility in our general fund revenue. And I've worked in other organizations. We do not have a lot of areas that we can make cuts to get this revenue. So, I mean, it's going to take a lot of discussion and what the future looks like. I think there's, I keep hearing things in the community that, the city has other revenue that dedicate towards public safety, but that's not accurate at all. So, to what Shannon said.
Just your questions. Right. Downtown enhancements. Another item that you're probably familiar with because we've recently reviewed and approved this contract. Again, something in January 2025 that council said you wanted to be part of our focus in this year's budget was downtown enhancements. So the team worked to define a scope of work, do a solicitation process, and we now have a contract with the Flagstaff Downtown Business Alliance. It allows us to provide greater support to one of our leading economic drivers, as well as work with a group that preserves, promotes, and enhances the vitality of our historic downtown. So just as a quick reminder, these enhancements include sanitation, maintenance, beautification, and events and marketing in that downtown area. It's a 3-year contract that we can renew for a year at a time for a total of 5 years. And this group, along with city staff, will be presenting to you twice per year so you can see how we're progressing with these enhancements and what we've been able to accomplish together. Joanne is going to talk a little bit about our upcoming budget process.
All right, well, as we started this budget process, I think I was really appointed as city manager on November. And we made the decision over the Thanksgiving week, some of the changes to the budget team, changes to the budget process. And one of the items that has continued to come up is our use of priority-based budgeting in the organization. And we've used PBB, I think, for about 7 years, is when we implemented PBB. I think, and I know I've heard comments from council members and community members. I think when we put PBB in place, obviously it was a tool that was definitely needed for the organization at that time. And throughout the years, we have evolved. utilize PBB this budget process. While looking at divisions implemented their requests in PBB, we actually focused the budget priorities on council priorities. So we had a lot of different ways we were looking at requests this year. We will not be using PBB after this year. This will be a transition year that we're going to be looking at new software for budget. And hopefully it will link into, the plan is to have it link into our new ERP. But looking at something, and I know Councilmember Aslan, you brought it up, you know, ensuring that we continue to have a values-based budget, that our community has input, that council has input. There are a lot of systems out there that provide all of that and will work better for us as an organization. So the future is bright, and no PBB after this budget year. So this year we aligned our budget allocations with council priorities, and I think we'll go through in that bit, we'll go through what that looks like. If you remember in February, we went through and council identified their priorities. Next year, we'll be aligning our budget allocations with our future strategic plan, which we'll be working on and completing by the fall. So that'll be kind of in our transition year. In that same time, Heidi and her team will be looking at revisions to policies and procedures. One of the changes that we made this year was reducing the amount of mid-year requests that come forward. And that's been kind of a big relief, and I think it's already saved us some dollars. We're looking at how we handle budget adjustments, and then also just looking at the historical capacity of divisions. So what divisions have available, what money they're not spending. All of that is going to be, you know, the process that we'll be doing in the next, probably as soon as we adopt our budget. So right after July 7th. And then again, the budget section, they're researching budget software, and we're hoping to implement that would work well with our. So all exciting. I think it's going to be a big change for the organization, but a good change. And I think just that, along with the addition of a budget section, it's continuing to move the organization forward. It's me.
Well, the new software, so it streamlines the process, I'm guessing, and better talks to other areas of the city, ease of filtering in financial data for analysis, correct? Any other like major improvements?
Yeah, I think, and I'll let Heidi jump in kind of from the financial side. From my perspective, one of the big improvements is having an outward facing dashboard for the community. Also being able to produce documents outside, you know, that are in the software that all of you can get in and produce for your community meetings. But just to be a better snapshot of where we are, that you all can look at, the community can look at, and frankly, our divisions can look at. I do think there are a lot of things that they can't see within the budget. So I think all of it will be a benefit to the organization.
On the budgeting side, I think the ERP is important to the budget group as well. For example, payroll. When I do the personnel projections and budgeting, our old payroll system, this year we ran into a lot of issues with that vendor. The system was down. It really makes budgeting for 1,000 people difficult. Just the ease, the technology that's out there. There's this because we are just like Joanne said, going to start looking at this over the summer. And with IT as part of the ERP process, we don't know what system we're going to have. We don't really know everything that's out there. So we're actually planning to put together some meetings with communities in the Valley to see different systems are using. Does their ERP system help with budgeting? Is it external? What can we do to help with projections? Rick is amazing and all his revenue projections, but are there tools out there to help us to better look at trends and do all that analytical work? So we're excited. There's a lot. It's hard, right? We have a financial system that's in one system. We have a payroll system that's in another, and all of that goes into budgeting and projecting and planning. So don't know exactly what it'll look like, but we're hopeful that it really helps us with giving us better tools to do analysis, sharing with the community, with council, with our divisions. There's not great reporting in our current financial system, which makes it challenging for divisions. So that's another thing we're working on. Even in the transition period, is how can we help our divisions have better views throughout the year. So yes, as soon as we adopt the budget, we will be busy.
Public facing part, and anything to make it easier for the public to understand our budget. I'm in support of all of it. I'm just highlighting some of the things, and also allowing staff, allowing divisions to better track where they are budget wise. I think that's something I continually hear. Great. Councilmember House.
I wondered if you could dive.
Sorry.
It's like, wow.
Time's up.
I wondered if you could dive a little bit more into a conversation around the decision making around priority-based budgeting. I know that it's been something that's been highly valued within the community for the time that we've used it. And I also know that there are challenges with it. Like one of the major issues that often comes up with PBB is that it's seen as more subjective and really kind of complicates the process between different divisions and between teams, having to essentially like validate how their initiatives align with those priorities. But I'm wondering if you can what went into the decision, and maybe also just speak to one of the things that we heard through the city manager hiring process and some of the interviews for that, and typically conversations that were focused around the budget, was the fact that while we've been using priority-based budgeting for maybe the past 7 years, we haven't ever fully implemented it, and there are challenges to that as well. So I'm just opening the floor for you to talk.
Sure. Yeah, no, and from the technical side, I'll let Heidi handle that. I mean, I think from my perspective, and I think you probably all know this, but I taught a budgeting class in the MPA program at NAU. So budget is, and being able to explain budget from a very high level is really important to me. So the idea of priority-based budgeting is good. It's great. I mean, it really is something great for an organization to use to align your budget with community priorities, set those community priorities. This decision was mostly based on the software that we're using. The software, I mean, I got here and I think I was in my job maybe a day before somebody came to me and said, hey, have you gotten into the PBB system? Not easy to navigate. We had a process where we had divisions actually having to enter things in a couple of different places. Our finance and budget team were also tracking requests in 2 different places. So, I think we did everything we could to build out PBB with the system that we had in place with our current ERP, and it just wasn't working. And I think the idea of priority-based budgeting is something that I would still support. I think it's just getting the right software to implement priority-based budgeting. That makes sense. And I don't know if you want to talk about the technical side of things, your perspective.
So we've been using
Resource X was our consultant and the programming that we've used for a number of years. And when we began, it was really just the program inventory and how we have all the things we do in the city and how they align with all of those goals. And then that consultant created what they call a budgeter tool, which is where you can actually input your requests into the system. Our first year, we were hesitant about going because we were the guinea pigs, but we persevered and we pushed through and we did it. And really every year since, I think 3 years, maybe 4, we've been helping essentially the consultant with creating the program. But it hasn't been, yes, we're still doing things in 2 places. We track requests in their system, then we still have to download them and get them into our financial system. So there's a lot of extra work on the budget section side to actually get things done. And I think it's improved over years, but we still don't have, not perfect. And now they've been bought out by Tyler. So I think their organization changes are changing a little bit. And unfortunately, we lost our public facing website this year. They're supposed to be working on a new one and implementing that, but so it's been a little bit.
So to add to that is we have centralized finance at the city of Flagstaff. A lot of other business manager folks. We don't have that here. So we have been expecting staff to, it's a lot of work. To enter the PBB. So I think we can come up with something that has the same, you know, it can be PBB, just a different program. And it's just easier for us to implement and easier to manage.
Thank you both. I just think that was an important thing to call forward because the way it may look or sound to like the community in general is that we're abandoning our priorities. But that's not what's happening. What we're talking about is really finding a system that better allows us to implement those priorities into a streamlined and more efficient budget process and makes it less burdensome on the different divisions of the city that are trying to implement all of these things. Website is really important too, making sure that we have that public facing access and availability of this information that's really answering questions that can be updated. I know that was a challenge over time with updates that were going into the prior website that we had. It wasn't always up to date or easy to navigate and see where things were happening. So I think overall the message to the community is that this is finding ways for us to better align with and implement our priorities. It's not an abandonment of them.
And then implementing our new strategic plan that will budget priorities.
Councilmember Matthews.
Mayor, comment first about that before I get to my question. I just am happy to see that we're changing. I'd heard these comments about how burdensome this program was just to say we had this system, which, as you already pointed out, we can still focus on community priorities without having, this named process because it was very labor intensive of effort. So I'm very thankful that we're getting away from that and sort of just trying to hang on to it just so we can say we had it, because we can still provide it in a different sense. But my question is, and before we get into new budget appropriations, the new initiatives, the custodial team, right-of-way team, and maybe not so much communication, but I was hoping to see, like, are we net cost savings, or is this going to increase on our budget?
Before Heidi answers that question, I do just want to recognize the team that worked on people. I mean, I feel like we gave it.
Give it all you had.
I just want to make sure I recognize, Rick and Heidi and the budget section. And, Chris Rohde, I think, was one that worked on it quite a bit as well, but, and now you can answer the question, but I just want to.
Are the last original stands for 7 years. But yeah, so talk about, first of all, the custodial team. So that actually is a net savings to the city. As Sharon mentioned, we have every year been having significant increases to those contracts. I mean, minimum wage as well as supply costs and everything else. So as we looked at it, we had been funding for a number of years, all those contract increases with one-time dollars. And we actually were able to, it's a new team, hopefully, with what we've talked with facilities in the group, the positions and the ongoing funding that we already had in everybody's base budget. It should cover the cost of that program. And then that money we have been in 8 years been funding with one-time money. We took that as if we would have had to fund it again in fiscal year 27, and we used that to kickstart the program, buy the vehicles, buy one-time equipment, things like that. In the long run, it should be saving us money because we aren't going to be funding those ongoing increases with just one-time dollars. We have funded the program with what was already in base budgets. So we're hopeful that we're successful in that. And so that one will actually long-term savings to the city. The right-of-way team is a little bit more of a, has an overall, I think, cost to the city. We have added some additional positions in the streets in HERF fund for this program, because as we mentioned, we weren't able to get that work done with the staffing that we already had. So overall, I think there will be a little bit of a cost. But prior to this recommendation, we had funding. HERF was transferring money to general fund to help pay for the work that PROS was doing, and then beautification is another contributor to that program because of the beautification medians and streetscapes. So beautification was funding. So we had funding kind of happening everywhere, and hopefully streets that what we have recommended in this budget can actually meet our needs and help to pick up some of the work that hasn't been done. So there is, I think, overall a little bit of an increase. I think it's 2 positions more than what we have today.
And is that, since it's coming out of Public Works?
The new crew is going to be housed, yes, in streets in HERF.
So is that covered by the enterprise fund?
It's a special revenue fund, and yes, portion of that is covered by our HERF taxes. And then beautification is continuing to contribute to that too. So they, for any of their projects that have been done, were done with BBB tax. When they have those new beautification or medium projects, then they will contribute to the cost of the crew that's doing work on those as well. So.
And I don't know if you get the same thinking as I do, but
I was going to say, as a frequent complainer, I really, really appreciate this.
okay, great. Turn it over to Heidi.
Now, budget appropriations. Thank you. So before I actually step into the new budget appropriations, I did want to answer a couple of the questions from this morning. So the first one, Councilmember Matthews, you had asked kind of what for our police and fire do we have, we say ongoing one-time dollars, right? So one-time dollars that are funding our actual ongoing needs. So in the fiscal year 27 recommended budget before you, for fire, we actually have $662,000 of items that we approved that are true base needs that we have funded with one-time dollars. And then for police, we have approximately $826,000. Not to say they did ask, they have needs above that. That is what we were able to fund during this process. Also,
just to clarify that we funded those with one-time dollars, but they're ongoing.
Correct. And then as you have heard Rick's presentation on property tax shift, we did shift $537,000 of items that used to be in that ongoing one-time funded bucket into a true ongoing, so in the base budget as part of that recommendation. I did want to touch just a little bit as well. That is truly just fiscal year 27 requests, what we were able to fund. Their needs, as we all know with this public safety ballot measure, are much higher than that. So just to share, this includes emergency management, fire, wildfire management, airport, and police. So all of the different areas that we're looking at as part of the public safety. Our annual costs that are true operating needs, current, not new things, is approaching $5 million a year that is unfunded. Yes, that's not just general fund, it's overall all of them. But looking over the next 10 years, that number does include the inflation, but you can kind of get a feel of that. It's over almost approaching $2 million a year for fire and about $2 million a year for police. So they are the two largest pieces of that. So hopefully that answers your question.
Fine tune it. I heard you say that the 662 for fire and 826 for PD is what you approved. But that doesn't necessarily mean what is actually needed for the current operating request.
That's their needs as what's included in the public safety ballot measure. Fire is about 1.8 million a year and police is about 1.7 million a year. So you can see we are not able to even fund with one-time dollars enough to meet what they consider their current operational needs. We still have a gap. The other question I had was related to, now I guess I left my notes. Great. The minimum wage. I think minimum wage was about 30,000 total. That impact, it's very small, and it's about $130,000 was the impact for our starting wage. Just as a note, the minimum wage, it was a little bit smaller than a 3% impact because we are estimating a CPI adjustment of 3%, but remember, we are already ahead with our starting wage. So we already have a portion of that funded because all of our positions in 26 are already budgeted at the 1850. So ongoing, that impact would be more. So hopefully that helps to answer kind of. With a very limited resource in ongoing capacity, you can see that in the general fund, a big chunk of that was eaten up with minimum wage and starting wage. Hopefully that answers those questions. Now I will actually get into our new budget appropriations. So before we move into the specific budget recommendations, I did want to share some information really at the total city level. So this slide is the total budget requests that came forward as part of the 27 budget process. Across all funds, the total requests came in above $72 million. So almost $73 million in requests, ongoing and one-time. Of this total, 19.1 million of them were related to grant requests. So the true overall operating request was about $54 million if you take the one-time grant funding request out. These requests include new personnel, operating capital, and then just the general operating needs of the organization. These requests do not include the capital improvement, big projects. The capital projects are not. This is truly just our operating. The total general fund requests were about $34 million, and all of other funds were approximately $33 million. General fund includes requests for 42.48 positions, with all other funds having requests of about 27 positions. So you'll see we still have a large need for positions within our organization. Just had a good conversation about PBB and our priorities. I think it's interesting. I know that Joanne mentioned we did as a group not only look at our community priorities you can see here on the screen, but we were looking at council's priorities that they shared with us in February. And on this next slide, you'll see how interesting it is, how actually all of that really aligned really well. As Joanne mentioned, PBB was used for budget requests this year. which allows, it is a good system for allowing to see how new requests align with the priorities. So that is one piece I will miss, is it does allow us to quickly run reports and see, oh, you have this request, you're saying it's for this program, and how does that program align with the priorities we see here? These requests were then presented with their alignment to the city's key community priorities. So this slide shows you all of those requests that we received, how they actually align with community priorities and objectives. The dark green bars you see in this graph represent the total budget requests of $72+ million and how they aligned with the key community priorities. The light green bars represent the $54.5 million in requests that are included in the city manager's recommended budget being presented today. And you can see approximately 75% of total recommended requests that are being recommended to move forward are most aligned or more aligned with. We did focus on what council's priorities were, but those do align with the community priorities as well. So it was all said and done. And this, again, does not include the capital improvement program. So those true operating requests. Next, I would like to walk through the positions that are being recommended for approval. So as I mentioned, the general fund requests included 42.48 FTEs. We are recommending to approve 18 FTEs in the general fund. As Joanne mentioned, I think earlier today, most of these positions come with an offset. There are 3 of these total positions that do not include a full offset to their costs. So while it seems like a lot of positions, there was a lot of work that went into how can we fund these? Do we have revenue offsets? Do we have, for example, we'll see the custodial team is up here. So we do have 100% offset in our contractuals and commodities. The total offsets, the cost of these positions is approximately $1.5 million ongoing, and we had offsets of 1.2 million. So the net true ongoing impact to the general fund is just over 3,000. These positions include offsets by reducing approximately 2.84 FTE in areas that we felt we had needs in other areas, and we were able to repurpose those positions to help fund some of the new needs in the organization. We had significant reductions in contractual and commodities, for example, for the custodial group to offset the cost of positions, as well as there are a few positions that were approved with new or increased revenues. For example, the short-term rental fee increase that you heard, that's what we were able to use to approve the code compliance officer position, which is directly correlated with the need because of short-term rentals and the increased work on that team. So we used that relatable revenue to fund a new position to help in that area. Another position that has associated fees is the approved fire inspector. Those positions, we do collect revenues for our fire inspection fees. So the hope is that as we have another staff to be able to do more inspections, that we will continue to have an increase in those revenues to offset the cost of that. To look at some of the non-general fund, as I mentioned, there's about 27 positions that were requested. Many more of these are able to be approved. These have all kinds of different revenue streams outside of the general fund. But just to share, library, we did have 2 requests. They did request some library clerk temp positions. This is for the Bookmobile and Forest Lakes, so non-city library services. These were requested ongoing. We did not have ongoing resources available in those different libraries. And so our group has presented to the county requesting increased funding so that next year we can approve those positions ongoing if that gets through the approval process at the county. PERF, this is where you'll see the positions related to the new right-of-way team. So you'll see that they have maintenance workers, one maintenance technician, and one supervisor. Not all of these positions are new. So since we are shifting some from pros into here, some of these positions used to be general fund and now they are in the HERF group, so they're not all new. As well as we have approved 2 street op tech 2s and a street op. Road repair and street safety fund. So this was a request of Public Works to bring on a project management technician to help with our road repair street safety projects. So there's a lot of work and inspections that our PMs have to take the time to do. So they're planning to bring a position in, and that is fully funded by that tax. On to beautification and arts and science. They are requested a beautification arts and science project administrator to help move their projects forward. And this position is fully funded between the beautification BBB tax and the arts and science. Water services has 3 positions we're recommending to move forward: a plan reviewer, an industrial pretreatment inspector, as well as an electrical and instrumentation program manager. Solid waste, they have a few needs for positions. The one that the team is recommending moving forward at this time is a bin maintenance technician. As Rick mentioned, this fund is going through a rate study in this calendar year. They do have needs that we can't meet with their current capacities. And then last but not least is the Flagstaff Housing Authority. They requested essentially 3 maintenance worker, 1 temp positions. They're having problems with hiring from the outside contract services. So we're spending the money on an outside service. They're bringing it in-house. The city manager's recommended budget also includes a number of reclassifications and retitles. So this year, I know that there was a lot of conversation in February of, can we look as an organization to repurpose positions, use them elsewhere? What can we do to try to meet some of our needs? So there were many divisions that actually looked into that, and how can we take positions that may be vacant, repurpose them to other needs. To fund them. And through that came, there's some positions where the organization, we felt that we could actually reclassify them to a different position to meet needs or to help meet higher needs. And so here you'll see those positions. So in the general fund, we have a public records specialist, which is a reclassification from an admin specialist. We have a collections supervisor and collections specialist. The collection specialist is a reclassification of a senior customer service representative, which is actually the same grade, so there's no cost, but repurposing with all the changes that are happening in customer service to an area where we need that. And then the supervisor is the collections administrator position. In planning and development services, there's a reclassification of an associate planner to a planner. And then a retitle. So again, just a change of a title and scope of the senior planner to the preservation officer. This position, or this is a retitle, but this one also, BBB is actually helping to pick up some of the cost of this because of the nexus with those duties that position does. And then the last in the general fund is a open space supervisor reclassification to an open space manager. This is a continual part, and I can't believe it's been since 2021 that pros became a division. But Rebecca and her team have been progressively each year looking at that organization and trying to get the structure into place. And this is one of the last supervisors to actually kind of move into a section role for those. Library included 1 reclassification for an executive assistant to a library administration manager. I have to say it's a key role. We work with this position a lot for budget, so super important. And then last but not least is the parking fund. We are actually looking to reclassify 3 of the parking aides into parking aid 2 positions. And with that, the parking aid lead position actually has to be reclassified into the next grade. As well as that's all impacted by our starting wage. So we have a lot of shift in the parking. This actually was planned as part of the rate study that we just completed. So this is actually just following through with what was planned as part of that study. That's kind of the personnel, and I think we're ahead. So if y'all want, I'm happy to keep going and maybe we can get out of here early.
Question from Councilmember Matthews. So Heidi, I have a question. I'm gonna ask it in two parts just to make sure what I'm getting at is covered. So, and again, I'm still trying to get over the new information or new look information I obtained by watching the public safety meetings, but I was surprised not to see any new authorization for staffing for public safety. So I'm curious, so this is my question, but in two parts. Do we have vacancies in fire and in PD? And we talk about this whole public safety issue that we have, that we've got some new forward thinking, what we need for the next 5 years, but we also are running a deficit. So I was just surprised not to see like at least something in there to try to keep up with the loss, right? That we're running behind. So we have vacancies in these divisions, and what's their request from those departments for FTE that just weren't?
Yes. So yes, I think have vacancies. I will have Shannon and probably the chiefs in fire and police currently. Although police, I have to say for officers, I think they're pretty darn close to full, at least going through FTO and everything like that. So there is vacancies, but that is not, I don't think why we didn't approve positions. I think it's a multi-prong approach for public safety because we're going through the whole public safety ballot measure process, and we don't really know how that's going to come out and end. I think the divisions, we had asked a lot of them to hold back their request for that. There were a number of professional positions, I think, approved or requested through police. There were boots on the ground, I guess, firefighters requested through fire. I think to start Division 7, and I'm looking at the chief just to make sure I'm saying this right. But again, we did not have the ongoing resources to approve those positions. So I think it was just strategically, and like I mentioned, we were looking most of the right, or shifts within divisions of repurposing, things like that. I don't know if Joanne has something to add.
Do you want to, Shannon, do you want to cover the two positions?
Yeah, so I went back to this slide because there's actually two positions on here that are specific part of that public safety initiative. Council inspector as well as the animal control supervisor. And then I also can tell you what positions they asked for that were not included because I figured it might be a question that comes up, so I pulled it to have it ready for today. There were two captain positions, one a training captain, one a logistics captain. We have continued to fund through the police department, the dispatch captain, which Casey Gonzalez has been filling that role for, I believe, a couple of years now. Is that right? They also asked for arson ad pay, SWAT medic ad pay, a fire captain, paramedic, EMS, a firefighter, paramedic. So 12 of those positions they were proposing doing the SAFER grant. That's the Station 7 that Heidi mentioned a little while ago. The dispatch captain, we did already cover that, but through the PD budget. So that's why it's not listed here because it's currently funded. Police asked for the police administrative specialist, a police physical health and wellness coordinator, shift differential pay, addition of 3 SWAT ad pay assignments, contracted personnel services of 75,000 that they use in dispatch, and evidence meet. Things that we did not fund. And Heidi already touched on the fact it's not that we didn't want to, we just don't have a whole lot of ongoing resources.
So, and I get it that we'll have a more in-depth conversation when the public safety tax discussion comes up. But when I look at the tax shift, if we do that, I think it's a great idea. It's going to bring to our general fund 537,000 more dollars. But right now, currently, without adding the future needs of fire and PD, there's about 1.5 million in deficit. So it's even doing a tax shift is not giving us the operational money into the general fund to cover that. And so I'm just surprised that we're just kicking that can more down the road because that is just getting bigger, right? That need.
Do you want me to?
Yeah.
Okay. I think the difficulty is that we don't have ongoing funding. And so the reason that we chose to take what we're currently funding with one-time dollars is to try and balance that need. But we didn't add anything new because 537,000 isn't going to cover those positions that we talked about. It's not enough. And even the fire inspector, that's one of the positions that we have offsets for because we're able to charge when they're actually doing that inspection work. So it's not that we don't want to, and you're right, we still have many unmet needs, but you have to have ongoing dollars to do that. And that 537, we basically started chipping away at things that they have ongoing right now that we've been funding with one times, but we didn't add anything new.
And then I think that just confirms to what we mentioned earlier this week about looking at all these things over time that the city funds to different agencies and just other things that we've done because they're part of what we want to do. We don't have the money in general fund to pay for this, but there are things that we're paying for that aren't critical services. I'm not suggesting any one of them be eliminated, but I think it's worth it to the citizens that we look at those things that we have elected to support outside of our basic operations and take a hard look at, can we still afford to do that if we can't afford to pay? So.
I think just to add to what Shannon said, I think just because of our structure and our tax structure in the state of Arizona, that we're never going to fund everything in funds. I think we're going to be always funding some portion of public safety with one time. So I just think that's the reality, and I think all communities in Arizona stay the same.
I appreciate Shannon bringing that up. I think in general in this budget, we looked at we didn't add new. So even all of the other divisions, we really were mindful of it's a new software. This is a new program that's going to come with new ongoing needs. Is it expanding? We tried not to approve any of those. They're really kind of just getting us by. As you know, too, we only had $1.5 million when we started in one-time money. So that's either. And when we have $2 million in ongoing one-time needs every year. So try to look at that across the board as we questions on Councilmember Garcia, then Councilmember Spence.
So while we talk about shoring up some of our one-time needs with some general funding by playing with money, which I support, I think it's a great idea. Happy with Rick's work. We're not leaving one-time grants off the table that are upcoming, are we? It seems that they've been advantageous to us now, and we've found a way to keep up with them and to an extent. Sure that we're continuing to put those one-time grants, even if we don't have the money to fall back on.
Absolutely. $19 million of citywide requests there. Grants. Did have to look at some grants a little bit more closely. Those that have a much higher match of priority wise, is the match for this grant a higher priority than anything else? But I think there was very few grants. The SAFER grant was one we recommended not looking at this year because we aren't quite ready for that new station crew to come on. And right, that does have an ongoing impact because it helps to cover cost of firefighters up front. Shifts over to the city within 2 to 3 years. Same with the COPS grant. That's another one we had made a decision this year. It's not time. We don't have a way to fund that long term. But overall, we really do look at as part of it.
You're becoming more strategic as to what is feasible in our alignment. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Councilmember Spence.
Thank you. An overall question about our budget process, integrating with and dialoguing with the county's budgeting process. I'm thinking of our joint operations, library, dispatch center that serves FPD and the county sheriff. Is it a formal discussion that goes on our budget and the county's budget? Just informal conversations.
Related to the library, it's a little bit more formal. I know that Heidi and the library team, they present to the county what the needs are, either for the city library needs, right? Because we do get a library district tax portion from that. So if we have needs, they do present that, as well as since we oversee a number of county libraries, so they do present those needs. Our budget processes don't align perfectly, so we don't meet together. And if Heidi wants to bring up her discussions a little bit more. And then for like the dispatch services, that is a city provided services. So we really do our budgeting needs. And with the police department, they come up with their needs. And then we share that with the county of what they might be seeing for increased needs. If there's a big like CAD system or something like that. So it's more of a city process, and then we share the outcomes. And kind of for the other LEAF shared services, the county does the same. They do the custodial and things. They do that budgeting and the needs on their side, and share the impact that the city will see. So I hope that answers that.
Just to add to that,
library.
Mayor, Councilmember Spence, with the library, they just had the we just had the library county budget meeting yesterday. And we did request those positions that Heidi shared to be budgeted, as well as a percentage increase. And so we're going to wait to hear back from them to see if any of that was granted. But we do that each year after we've sat with finance and budget to see where we have gaps. And basically we do that for all of the county libraries. We tell them specifically what those libraries need, as well as what is happening with our own libraries here, because there's been times in the past where we have to raise, for instance, compensation for employees, and all of those employees are city employees, and the county isn't raising their employees at the same rate. And so we have to have those really tough conversations. So we'll be hearing more about how that meeting went.
I can see that you've given thought and attention to this, and I'm sure there's a good working relationship between the city and the county.
Can I just something? So I think one of the items that we're continuing to talk to the county about is getting flood control district funds for city projects. Many years ago, the cities would get an allocation of flood control district funds. There was a county attorney ruling that changed, and we're still trying to figure out the best apply for those funds for city projects. The city of Flagstaff is the largest contributor to the flood control district fund for the county, us, and then Uptown Sedona. So just know that we're continuing to have those discussions. I have a meeting with the county manager tomorrow to discuss that. Any opportunity, I think, to bring that up would be helpful as well.
Thank you.
I think that that's it. No other questions?
Now, I'd like to shift specifically and have some conversation around the general fund. This slide before you is a very high level summary of the resources available through the budget process this year and how those funds were allocated. So as you may recall, in the February retreat, we shared with council that we had approximately $500,000 at that time in available ongoing resources and $1.5 million in one. Since the February retreat, we did utilize a number of funding set-asides during this budget process to fund many of the requests that you'll see. These included, as we've mentioned, we've set aside money for our pay for performance and step increases. So you'll see those are included here to increase our ongoing capacity because we have set those aside in the fund. We have a lot of one-time funding set-asides that we have included in previous years, knowing and anticipating operating expenses and needs, as well as a number of infrastructure needs. So you will see one-time set-asides. We have a number of these in the general fund. For example, election. We know every other year, at least, we have an election. So we actually set that money aside within the entire 10-year plan so that we have that capacity every other year and we're not searching for those costs. We have, as mentioned earlier, IT is working on the software modernization project. CJ and that team brought forward a $5+ million 3 to 5 year project last year. We knew we couldn't expend and complete the project in a year. So we took one-time resources we had last year and set it aside for the next 3 to 5 years to get us through that entire stepped project. So you will see there is another additional $1.5 million in this year's budget for software modernization, but we had set that aside last year. So it's not taking away from our capacity. We also have annually facilities. PROS has some parks and recreation set asides for operating capital needs. We set those aside in the 5-year plan or in the 5 and 10-year plan. So when they have those needs each year, we're using those set asides that we've already taken one-time capacity that we've had in past years to give us those resources that we know we need. And then over the years, as you've probably seen, we have very significant infrastructure needs at the city. We have lots of facilities that need a lot of, and so we actually had put aside $2.5 million for a number of years for those infrastructure needs. Again, we can't deliver all of those things all in one year, so we took one-time capacity we had and set that aside. Unfortunately, fiscal year 27 is our last $2.5 million, so we have recommended a number of infrastructure projects to utilize the last of our sets. Dollars on the funding set aside. The 2.1 million is what we set aside for the pay for performance, and the 11 million is the combination of all those different set asides I just talked about. Another change and new resource that we actually have ongoing is Rick mentioned in his presentation earlier this morning is the BBB cost allocation. So we did step in as the first year in the process this year, and that is gaining us about $126,000 in ongoing resources by having those funds start to contribute to the ongoing costs of those shared services. Another one is the short-term rental fee that Rick mentioned. That gained us about $115,000. That shift itself was the $503,000. And then we had some other small sources and changes that give us about $67,000. So for ongoing resources anyway, we ended up with $3.9 million through all of those changes I just shared. And then in addition to the set asides for one time, we did have some year-end savings, projected savings, salary savings in some divisions that have had some significant vacancies. So we were able to use some of that to give us a little bit more money in the one-time category. So we ended up with about 13.7 million in those funds. So our total ongoing, as I mentioned, 3.9 and total one time of 13.7. What we had share, you will see, so in our, I will talk in a little bit more depth about investing in employee infrastructure in the coming slides, but everyone's always interested in to know that the general fund is still supporting different funds outside of the general fund. So if you're interested in that, so the ongoing $33,000 that you see for the general fund support to other funds, this is actually for a shift for the downtown enhancements. So this is the portion that we used to have for pros, had portions, et cetera, that now that contract is in the Park Flag Fund. So we are shifting that resource to help pay for the general fund's portion of that contract. So that's what that piece is. And then the almost $2 million, there's a variety of funds that are receiving benefit of this. The airport is receiving about $400,000. This is to support ongoing airport operation needs, as well as they do have some infrastructure needs at the airport, which I will talk about on the upcoming slide. It's about $17,000 for sustainability for our ESCO contract, and about $400,000 for the housing fund for housing incentives. RIP, so the Water Resource Infrastructure Protection Fund, we do have a $200,000 grant match. This is for a potential grant for additional funding for the training facility. So we thought that was great money spent if we can get that facility, which is not fully funded currently, through a $200,000 grant match to finish out that facility. So example of looking at a grant and saying what is the benefit of and then the last portion is $157,000 going to finish out the USGS renovations. And just to note, that money is reserved in the general fund through their rent and lease fees. So that is exactly what the purpose of that funding is. Moving on to talk about the employee investments. As I mentioned earlier, this continues to be a high priority. And you can see these are the costs to the general fund. So pay for performance, million, the starting wage adjustment, 32,000, 19,000. Year critical adjustments I talked about earlier, we set aside 167,000 in the general fund for those, covering the medical and dental insurance increases. You can see that's a big impact to the ongoing to maintain that cost share ratio with those increases of 6%. That's about 370,000 ongoing. And then the parental leave. There are cost impacts in other funds, but general fund has the biggest. It's in fire and minimum manning and staffing, right? As well as those are groups that tend to have the younger population of people taking advantage of those benefits. So that's why you'll see a bigger impact to the general fund than we would in most of our other funds. So overall, general fund impact was about $2.9 million for investing in our employees. Now shifting over a little bit to our infrastructure needs. As I mentioned, we continue at the city to have a number of them. The recommended budget includes a total investment recommended of $6.8 million. Of this, many of these are set asides. For example, fleet vehicle and upfitting is about $2.6 million this year. We do have a set aside of about $765,000 set aside annually for fleet replacements, which is never enough, especially when you have a cost of $2 million for one fire engine. That makes it very difficult. So this replacement this year of $2.6 million includes $1.8 million in replacements, which is 15 vehicles. But to note, 1 million of that is one fire engine. So we do have a very limited resource available for us. There are recommendations to add to our fleet of $300,000 in there, which is partially grant funded. So we do have some grants that potentially can help us with purchasing some police vehicles. Facility improvement, $2.7 million that you see here. There are a number of projects. I'm not going to list them all, but big ones of note this year is City Hall roof replacement. So this is a big project that I think we've talked about since I've been working here. There's continues to be issues with that. So it's exciting that we're actually able to move that forward. That's a big project. It's estimated that of this total $2.7 million, that's 1.5 of the total projects there. Also, we have a number, soon to be the thing of the year. So we have costs for evidence warehouse roof replacements. There are some roof replacements, or not replacements, but repairs out at the airport for hangars. We also have some uninterrupted power supply or UPS replacements at City Hall. We found that we have some needs for that with recent events that have occurred at the City Hall. And then there's a various number of smaller projects throughout the city. There's a number of things like carpet replacements at fire departments. They do have needs and things that get in that carpet, so they're going to be replacing that at a number of facilities, as well as some other small projects. There's also anticipated airport having some issues with their HVAC. If you've been out there, they have had temporary units for quite a while. So we actually took some of our set aside out of the general fund to do those replacements and repairs. Hangar roofs, and then there's also some critical airfield lighting repairs at the airport that need to be done. So we have funded this year. As mentioned, the IT software modernization, 1.5 million set aside. This is year 2 of that. So we are utilizing that to fund their request to continue moving that project. And that is all I have. If anyone has any questions before I hand it over to Joanne and Shannon, or lunch is in 15. So do we want to just break early for lunch? Is it here? I'm not here yet.
I have a comment, and that is you going through the thought processes and trade-offs and balances is so helpful in us understanding all the different pressures on the budget and understanding, I guess, where additional attention needs to be. And I just so appreciate all the elements that go into the decision-making over, you know, whether you do this or you do this, or can you be part of this? It's really helpful.
Mayor, just to add to that, I mean, I think we asked divisions to prioritize their requests as well. So that was really helpful. During the process, we did go back to some divisions. There was one specific example with the airport where the airport came back and said, yes, related to a position. So it was a good process where I feel like the divisions did have a good back and forth.
Go ahead.
Heidi, my brain is slowing down because I'm getting hungry, but I was trying to write this down fast, but missed it. You mentioned an ESCO contract.
Yeah, it's an and I don't know if Nicole's still here. She can much better. There she is. What it entails, but the ESCO contract, right? The environmental management fee can only pay for certain activities, and that contract has to do with savings, right? Which is not an eligible contract or eligible item for the EMF fee. So the general fund has to pick up that cost of that contract. I will let, because I don't know enough details on that one.
I think you got it pretty well, Mayor. Good morning, Mayor and Council. So that annual fee is for the duration of the contract, and that's the measurement and verification of performance. So it allows us to analyze all the data from all the improvements that were done to ensure that the company that we contracted with, Noresco, is actually performing. They are liable if they don't meet those performance measurements in every year annually. They actually have to reimburse the city. So it's a really important element of the measurement and verification.
What was the cost of that? 16,600 actually.
Yeah, and that's the fee for the duration of our contract with Noresco.
Councilmember Garcia.
Thank you. I had a question that's not necessarily on this police department. now be a good time to talk about it, or should we wait? Do we have a better portion for that?
Is it related to something that we, a request, or is it related to the?
General request prior to this section of slides. It was more on that topic, and then we just moved past it. I was like, well, it's not really a relevant question, and I just figured if we had a little extra time, we can kind of, I could talk through it a little bit with the chief.
Being some in the,
Which chief?
make something up, I'm sure.
No, I would. This is really just a point of conjecture, I guess, for the most part. But my mind goes to like relevant criminality. Now I know that that's subjective, but when I think about budgeting and the capacity of employees, well, we could take one easy one off the top, and that is the legalization of marijuana. They're like, all of a sudden you didn't need 5 employees because of that. And this is leading to a bigger point. And that is, like, for instance, now, without saying too much, I think it's a fair assumption to have a lot of patrol units on the street, making sure that everybody stops at every stop sign, for instance, because we have bigger issues and we don't have the capacity for that at the time. Is there a metric that says that we need more patrol doing traffic stops because there's more vehicle accidents? You know what I'm saying here? Is there, instead of like funding a bigger police force to like do like micro prioritizations on things that may not necessarily, that maybe as a society we have moved out of the criminality aspect of that in like traffic stops versus people getting hurt in traffic accidents because they're not being penalized for their thing. Like, we're good. We finally got enough cops. We're finally covering all the criminality in town. Or is it a process that we're kind of always trying to develop because we have been so far behind for so long?
Mayor, members of council, Councilmember Garcia. First of all, I value the strategy with which safety. Couple things, and I'll try to get through everything you said. First and foremost, we always talk about there's no finish line in public safety. So there is no fourth quarter or no shot clock, or we're in the end zone and we celebrate the win and it's over. So that's a never ending endeavor of public safety that is constantly evolving. We always talk about the solutions for public safety today and into the future will not be accomplished the way of thinking of the past. And so to start with the marijuana conversation, we have seen pivots in society on some things related to marijuana. First and foremost, the legalization has streamlined a lot of the cases that we had to manage. Now our 14 detectives manage just under 200 cases a year, which is about almost 100 cases over the national standard, how many cases they have to service victims. And when you pump a bunch of small possession of marijuana cases in those, that can bog them down. It can bog evidence down. It can bog down courts. So we've seen that create some efficiency on the back end, and not so much in this community, but in other communities, they've had to respond with additional concerns related to illegal grows and the black market still being present. So that's kind of the marijuana issue. To your other points around efficiencies, there's been a tremendous, almost tipping point post-Floyd, post-pandemic of us having social conversations about, we've been saying for so long that there's so many things we do in policing that come into our 911 center that don't involve sometimes even EMS and police. But community has been conditioned. If I were to ask all of you what is an emergency, I think you'd all give me a different answer. And so we've worked really hard. An example of that is the deflection program, where we have a member from Solari Health in our comm center deflecting 300 to 400 behavioral health calls a year, and the police officer is not even going. As it relates to the staffing, you know, when we talk about the baseline, the old archaic way of looking at a resource allocation in policing was taking population per capita and very simplifying per officer. What we've realized is in our approach to civilianize and professional staff more, and our approach with the complexity of the demands of a police officer and downloading, you know, we'll download, you know, just around 5,000 body worn camera videos, and the management of that. It's not just per capita and response times. That's why we embarked, and you afforded us a budget opportunity to spend some money with PFM. And we did a workload assessment. We have that data. That data we held on our requests for this budget cycle, trying to see what happens with the lay of the land on the ballot measure. But you know, in that number, that's 24 additional professional staff and 20 more sworn per that baseline today's needs, not 10-year strategic, today's needs. Staffing workload assessment said we held on those requests in this budget cycle. Appropriate direction and approach to see what happens with the ballot measure. So I hope I answered some of your questions.
Yeah, Chief, I really just wanted to get. I'll let it breathe a little bit. And you brought up a good point that was in the back of my mind while I was trying to, you know, articulate what I was saying earlier. And that is, you know, we have John Wesley Powell Boulevard coming in, and while we were watching the budget, I'm like, well, how do we, you know, we gotta wait for a lot of that tax money to come in before we can get it started. But yet, while it's getting built, we still need officers to respond, you know, fire department to respond and such. So mentioning that you're thinking about the community needs before we actually get there is important to the conversation. And I think digging into a little bit of the finer points and details, it helps me at least understand that you're not just wanting to have more police force to arrest more people. It's genuinely to keep the community safe with modern day police abilities.
And I appreciate that. And I want to be clear in front of my peers and my boss. You know, this is not a public safety PD specific approach. I look at my peers out here and they all have needs, staffing needs on some things. The one thing I'm responsible for the police department. You know, this number of 119 sworn has been around here for decades. The same number servicing this community. And I think each one of the divisions can speak to some of that. So how do we take pressure off of this general fund? I think one of the interesting to understand is we want to be more engaged in our community and spend more time humanizing and letting officers engage. Is right now we're running just under 10% available time. So if you're a police officer today going out in the city, you're going to run call to call for 9 straight hours. And not have any available time to say, okay, I'm going to go do some traffic enforcement because I got a traffic complaint by a school, or I'm going to get out and engage a business owner, house that might be selling drugs in our neighborhood. They're literally going from their report writers and call takers, not problem solvers and police officers. And so building a staffing model that allows what I like to see is about a 40% available time. So of that 10 hours, 6 are call to call, but then 4 hours to program in partnership with community or other things to solve additional problems. And that's where these additional numbers get us to a model of much greater health.
I really appreciate that. And thank you, Mayor, for giving me the time to kind of just free flow with the chief on this one.
Tuesday's council meeting, Chief Conley will have his 2025 annual PD report.
And I would love eventually too, if we can figure it out, you know, between now and November, having PFM come in. This is a group of world-class retired big city police chiefs and academics and mathematicians and statisticians to really give you an assessment of what they did in this great work for our workload assessment that'll set the tone for our 10-year strategic plan.
Thanks again, Chief.
Well, lunch is here.
And so Mayor, I think after lunch, we'll come back and do the council priority. Budget request focus, and then we have our CIP update, which I think may take a little bit longer. So I'm glad we're a little ahead of the schedule. We'll have a lot of questions. If you recall, we've been to council and council meetings like we did. This is just a presentation on a few projects that would be needed to bring to council for an update. And then we'll have a discussion on parking lot items and then just some input from you if there's something that you want to discuss and something that you think is potentially missing from the discussion today.
Any final questions or comments before we break? So we have half an hour, correct? Let's give an extra 3 minutes. Okay, and come back at 12:30. had an extra 4 minutes and 12 seconds. Okay, counting what they were originally gifted. So they're ready to go.
And I hope everybody had a nice lunch.
It's tasty.
I wanna put you-
You'll stare.
I have to say that loud.
The fire chief.
You say fire?
We're gonna go ahead and get started. So we are gonna start with a discussion on council's aligned priorities. And just as some background, if you recall, when we had our retreat in February?
Sounds good.
January, when we brought in Jeff Kennedy, and we had that excellent day where we had our leadership team, we had council, and we broke into groups, and council identified aligned priorities. So I'm going to turn it over to Heidi Hansen in a minute, but these are the priorities that council identified in that priority session. And what we have done today is aligned the budget items in the city manager's recommended budget with these priorities. And I will say, I know several of us who were in that room were kind of constantly making sure that, you know, everything we discussed and approved fit into one of these buckets. So I'm excited to have Heidi kind of walk through and show you what that looks like. But just as a reminder, core services, we talked a lot about our employees, employee compensation, personnel, public safety also included in core services. Housing, kind of all on its own. Economic vitality, which we had tourism, business expansion, and small business. Capital investment, pros, forest health, sustainability, and infrastructure. And again, these are items that we will further refine in our strategic planning process. But it really gave us a good start in this budget process to not only look at our PBB priorities, but also these priorities. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Heidi.
Hello, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, Heidi Hansen, interim deputy city manager. I think I get the fun part today because we get to take everything that all of the divisions have been asking for and to show you what we're recommending to you to be funded that go along with your priorities. So I'm going to try to not take too long, but I think that sometimes in some of the categories, there was a long list of things that the city manager's budget team took into account, and I think that you should hear about them. Feel free to stop me at any time and ask a question, and I will have somebody that's really smart in that room come up and answer it for you. Because of course I only run one division in the city, so I don't run all, and we have a lot of leaders here today. Before I start though, Councilmember Spence, I want to get back to you. I heard the results from the library city budget. And we didn't get everything we wanted, but we are going to be receiving $40,000 to help continue to administer the library district program. And also Tuba City, the Bookmobile and Forest Lakes libraries are actually getting the funding that we requested as well. So we didn't get everything, but we got something. But we also didn't get everything because we have what we call growth funds at the library, and those actually have revenue in it. And so we can continue to use those growth funds as needed. So I wanted to get back to you on that one. Okay, so let's start. Your first core services priority is for personnel. And I'm happy to share that Heidi Derryberry already covered this. So basically, she is showing that on this slide that we are making a huge investment in our personnel. And then also while investing in employees, that line, that again accounts for pay for performance, step increases, any market adjustments that still were going to be done, and of course, the benefit package that we give to our employees. So you can tell these are really huge numbers, and I think the budget team took thoughtful consideration. For employee training, when it comes to training, we had several requests for ongoing educational training. We actually need more CDL training. We want conference training. We have educational and certification training that has been asked by several groups. And we also have to take into account when we offer training, we have to include registration, lodging, and meals because those have all increased. And I know that you've all been taking your own conferences and trips and you're seeing that. So that has been taken into account. When it comes to the line item of tools and resources, we are actually been asked by different divisions to up our uniform budget because there's a lot of needs there. And this includes really necessary things like our gloves, our safety toe boots, our vests, our heavier jackets. We're also investing in power and hand tools, traffic devices, background checks for recruitment, HR's in there. And we also are looking at our subscriptions, cradle points for vehicles, and last but not least, a surveyor drafting and survey supplies. So you can tell there's a lot of divisions in that tools and resources area. And like Heidi had mentioned earlier with the EcoPass, we continue to want to invest in it because we had a 75% increase in ridership. So people are now taking the bus and they're not driving the cars. And so we want to continue to have that available for our team. When it comes to the public safety core priority, we are looking to fund paramedic ad pay, public safety cancer insurance, medical cancer screenings, redemption mental health services, post-cancer diagnosis screening, animal control staffing, and overtime as needed, because of course we can't predict that. For training, we're looking at paramedic training classes and certifications, super important. We're looking at our engineer and captain academy, and we're again increasing travel and lodging and registration expenses that have gone up. And we're also always looking at professional development. And so there was some professional development asked, and that's going to be happening. For supplies and equipment, there's a lot happening over here. I just need you to know, this is including maintenance funding, replacing of turnouts for wildland, inspection, cleaning, repair for our hazmat suit testing. We're looking at equipment for new engine and water tenders. We have multiple care unit requests that we're going to be funding. Again, we're looking at a specialized software for background checks. We're going to get an evidence warehouse scissor lift, cameras for live animal traps, bomb squad supplies, console radios, and last but not least, SWAT ballistic vest and rifle rated plates. Huge list. I think I could go on. That was just some of them, but I just want to let you know we're covering it. Facilities, we're funding for station maintenance cost, academy training, burn room repair and construction. And again, you all talked about this earlier in another council meeting, our relationship with the gun range operating costs that are going to be something that we're partnering on. As far as technology, facilities, and communication, we are funding a human resources senior analyst. You saw that earlier. We have several application modernization projects. Again, that was told you in great detail. And we are also going to be doing work on software replacement throughout our organization. Again, we talked on that earlier. To maintain technology, we are going to fund annual increases to several of our softwares. We talked about that, NeoGov, Enterprise, even something as simple as Microsoft is having to be looked at. We're also going to be doing SCADA upgrades, neighborly grant and loan management software, budgeting, and more. I think Joanne touched on all of that. We're also looking to further our server infrastructure maintenance, our conference room technology, especially our staff conference room. We all talked about it. PC replacements because they reach their age and we have to do that. We have licensing needs. We have cloud-based web services that we have to take care of. We're looking at our fleet management software, and we're also looking at our software for smart irrigation, our smart irrigation system. When it comes to facilities, we did talk about a lot of this. We're going to be doing HVAC maintenance, repairs, and purchases in a lot of our facilities. We talked about the airport for one. We actually had, I believe, 6 units go out at the airport. So some makeshift things to keep things cool. And we're hoping to fix that. We also have facility improvements that we're going to be doing here at the Public Works campus. We are going to be looking at the City Hall metal roof replacement and PD evidence warehouse roof replacement. We talked about that. And carpet, that was talked about. We're going to be looking at our library entrance maintenance. We have that beautiful library, and we have a beautiful beautification project that happened there to make sure it continues to be beautiful. We're going to be looking at increased chemicals to maintain cooling towers at the ice rink. And we are also doing overall preventative maintenance in several of our facilities. And we're also looking at a heritage preservation easement for the Orpheum. And that was something that's been talked about in council meetings. So we haven't forgotten about them. As far as communications, we're going to do funding for the digital media specialist that Joanne talked about in public affairs. We are going to look at our State of the City second event there, and we're planning for it so that we can make sure it's all that you want to see, you and Joanne. We're going to have our improved social platform we talked about with Civic Plus. We're going to have additional postage for meeting notifications so that no one can say I didn't hear about it, right, Stacy? We're going to have our newspaper advertising as needed. We're going to have printing for postcards for required notices. We're going to have outreach for youth programming and increased connections with our sister cities. We've had great success with our sister cities board this year. And as you know, we now have a relationship with Navajoa and the fire department, and they're going to actually go and travel this year to reciprocate because they came and saw us. When it comes to housing, we continue to support personnel requests. Also, the incentive policy for affordable housing is at the tune of $1 million. We have fire inspection services and our employee assisted housing program that is still intact. When it comes to the last cap, we're looking to fund a consultant to assist in code writing to implement it. That will be very important. And for the water services impact studies, this supports a water services plan reviewer. It will assist with increased cost of contracted services for water and sewer impact analyses and our overall system modeling. For the Flagstaff Housing Authority that's listed, we'll have funding for heating and cooling contract. We have to continue to worry about our garbage, trash collection, plumbing, landscaping, overall maintenance. And that's going to be included. And then our staff is training for the choice voucher program. So we're, I think, checking some boxes here. Economic vitality. Might spend too much time on, no, I'm kidding. We're very excited that we are going to be funding for code compliance officer position, helping to manage illegal dumping, property abatements per property care standards, purchase of graffiti removal supplies and equipment, because we want to make sure we look pleasant. For business expansion, it's kind of a lot of different categories. So beautification, we told you we were going to fund for another beautification arts and science project administrator. This team has slowly been growing over time. And I can tell you, every time we continue to grow it, more and more projects are getting done. And we did 28 projects in the community last year. So I can tell you, when you have the people that can continue to do the work, things get done. We will increase the flower program. So we had lots of areas besides downtown asking, what about me? So we continue to have a plan with Wall Street, some of the other outlining areas. And we wanted to add to our beautification action and grants program. We have a lot of people that are now asking about wanting a grant. And so we're going to be providing that to the community, hopefully. When it comes to business development and support, we want to continue to increase our business incentives for our businesses. So the ones that might want to do a relocation change, or they want to add technology into their business, they can apply for these grants and we can help serve them those ways. We're also going to be doing some continuing green business boot camp, the hackathon, and green initiatives with sustainability and gravity labs that's in town. For tourism, we want funding for video creation and distribution. Everybody wants to see video, and so we need to continue to update those. We're going to increase our search engine optimization. We need more people to come to our site, to want to stay on our site and spend more time. And we want them to build their itinerary so that they can come here and have the best time possible. We're also going to increase our festival marketing. We have tons of festivals in this community, and they're asking to have more marketing to back them. Another thing that we've been doing, but we're going to do at a greater degree, is helping the North Pole experience. Scott Pace, the owner of that experience, is working with Little America, but he feels he needs a lot more support to stay in this community and not take the program somewhere else. And there have been some talk that he was looking in Prescott. So we have asked, because we feel like this is something holistically that helps the community, especially during the holidays, we have asked to be able to back that program a little bit more. And so we have some fun things in store. We do need to do a new visitor intercept study. We need to know who our visitor is. It's been a while since we had our last one. We're working on that. We're going to continue to increase holiday decor, especially in downtown, so that we make ourselves as welcoming as possible. And then last but not least, the Flagstaff Visitor Center needs our love because we have a train station and track that also utilizes it. So we're going to be doing some parking lot repair, an HVAC replacement, and some window sealing. When it comes to the airport operations, this is for aircraft operations tracking software. We need to know who's coming into our airport, right? Don't we want to know that? And then we're also going to continue to do our maintenance, snow removal, our wildland hazard mitigation and removal. Talked earlier about hangar repair. We're talking about those HVAC systems again. Big important thing to know is we have got to keep the animals off the runway. So we have to look at our fencing. We have to look at how they're coming under the fencing, and that's what we're trying to remedy. For airport rescue firefighting, it's just for ongoing education and training, certification that they are required to do. And then some communication services, tire replacement on some of our vehicles, and again, those HVAC systems that we're talking about. And then Park Flag, this is for snow plowing our public lots. It's to maintain our Flowbird app, and plus our passport software that we use, that has been increasing. So we're definitely going to be doing those changes. We have to do card reader replacements. We have more people wanting to do, you put your debit card or your credit card right up there and it recognizes it instead of having to shove it into the machine and hope that it comes back out. Well, we're going to be fixing it. So that's what we're working on. And then of course, Park Flag has monies that will be going to the enhanced services contract that Shannon touched on for the Downtown Business Alliance contract. Next slide. Capital investment. For general infrastructure, that's going to funding will include title appraisal, environmental reports on city properties, third-party plan review and building inspection services, a surveyor position, relocation of our East Flagstaff Library. If you haven't heard, we're going to be asked to be moving before May of 2027. So we're actively looking for that spot. We've actually offered to somebody waiting with those negotiations, and Bryce Doty, our real estate manager, is helping us. And we're looking at a new project management technician in this category. For parks and recreation infrastructure, we're looking at funding for increased organic fertilizers and herbicides, feature upgrades at the athletic fields. I think we'll all appreciate that. Bushmaster Skate Park, expanded concrete. We have storage yard fencing, turf spraying equipment, Ramada concrete replacement. Thorpe Park is looking at dugout shade structures. I will have to say Rebecca and Amy have done a very healthy list here, and I appreciate it having someone that actually knows how much our visitors as well as our locals come in here. They're also going to be doing some work at the Aquaplex, at the Josie Montoya Center, and at Hal Jensen Recreation. And of course, they want to always maintain our open space, so they have put some very well thought out requests in there as well. For water services, funding for things that you can only imagine that Lee Williams is having a lot of fun with. Small pumps, motors, bearings. They have to have roof repair. They need to paint. They have a new forklift for chemical delivery of their generator for chlorine dioxide, maintenance shop roof, conference room replacements. Basically, we went down the list. We're checking the boxes. We're taking care of our water services. Sustainability is funding for social media and community engagement, materials and supplies to support expanded volunteer events. I think you can say Stephen Thompson has done a heck of a job getting us involved, and they have hundreds of people that volunteer for sustainability, and we're going to continue to keep them busy. They have a Flagstaff Food Action Plan implementation as well as an urban agricultural initiative. And they are actually looking at interactive data visualization tool to track and share progress on their climate action plan that you all been actively supporting. And this will help them plan their goals, their targets, and their actions. And they are also going to continue to look at the electrical vehicle maintenance and more of the areas that we can actually put our vehicles and get them powered up. And then last but not least, Wild Resilient Home Initiative. This is funding for that initiative. It's year 2, and this will help assist residents with home hardening. After all that, now we are on this, but before we go on, do you have any questions? Lori, Councilmember Max, and I have really smart people in the room that will answer their own questions. So if you guys hear it, come on up. Councilmember Matthews.
In the queue for.
Oh, I'm sorry, Vice Mayor Sweet.
I just wanted to highlight what it all caught my attention, but off the list that I wrote down, and then I do have a question. So I think that this is the first time, and maybe I'm wrong, but the first time where I'm really seeing a clear picture of what we're doing and what I can bring back to my constituents of, might have some gripes, but look at what we're doing. So I just want to thank everyone in the room who worked hard on this, our personnel, the investment. I know that that means a lot to all of you, but to council as well. Public safety, that's what I want to come back to. Core services, the heritage preservation for the Orpheum. Thank you for keeping that on the list. And all of the roof repair and communications. Housing, I cannot believe that we got the incentive policy to 1 million. That is wonderful, so thank you. Economic vitality, beautification. So I'm on the BPAC commission, and I can tell you that things are certainly getting done. Hopefully you all can see it when you drive around town. And, I vend a couple of the festivals, and I can tell you that they are really community-based. I know we get a lot of tourism for our festivals, but they are really for our community. And I just think thank you for helping them increase their visibility in the community. Report, thank you for reminding me about the animals that are on the runway. Always forget that
You don't want them on the
it's safety issues, so thank you. Park flag, all of the services they do, the one thing I just want to bring up, the Flowbird app. I don't know if we're looking at changing the app, but as someone who is downtown every day, I can't tell you how many people complain. Can't get it to work. And I know you know all of the issues, Heidi. It's not better. I feel like I hear it more.
My promise to you is if it doesn't improve like they said it's going to, we will be getting a new app.
Okay.
It works. I've had the same complaints and I've talked to the staff and I said enough's enough. So I promise we will be looking into fixing that.
Parks and I'm almost done. The Parks and Rec, the infrastructure with their team, they work so hard, and I'm glad to see that we've got their infrastructure needs top of mind. Same with water services. I love that Lee is just going down that list and making sure that what he needs is on there. Sustainability, the volunteer events, I try and attend those, and I know they have a small but mighty team. So I'm glad to see that we're helping foster that. And my last one, the wildlife home initiative, home hardening. I had that assessment. I believe the mayor did as well, and possibly Councilmember Matthews. And, you know, luckily I didn't have a ton on my list that I had to address, but great program. And I went to a community meeting in my neighborhood less than a month ago, and they talked a lot about that. And you could hear everyone in the room was like, oh, I didn't know that this was an option. And I just love that they're out there in the communities, really neighborhood to neighborhood, and explaining that we are offering that and what a benefit it is. My one question, and thanks for letting me run a lot. My one question with the cancer screening for public safety, I hear a lot about that, and I just want to shed some light and see what are we funding? Is it ongoing? Is it one time? And how are we making sure that we're addressing what they need year after year?
Shannon, or I'm gonna send it over to one of the chiefs. Or maybe Heidi's coming up. It's going to answer your question.
We had a lot of discussion about this.
Yeah, so if I recall off the top of my head, with all the numbers we went through with the budget, I really think we funded a portion of it ongoing. So I think it's the initial screenings and blood work and stuff that we funded ongoing with part of that property tax shift money. And then there is a portion that's one time, and that's the follow-up pieces. Correct me if I'm wrong, Chief, because he's shaking his head yes. So we weren't able to fund all of it ongoing, but we were able to shift part of that to the ongoing.
Some of the logic that we ongoing expense because we didn't follow.
Follow-up entails,
Cancer diagnosis screening, yeah, that's the one that's not ongoing.
Just implementation of this is such that we will do about a third of the department a year through 3 years. Good results, and a good result can also be early detection for a firefighter. So that's one of the things that we're excited to get one of our team. It's kind of best practices, and we're starting to see more carcinogens in the work we do, not less. And so we're really pleased with the opportunity and hope we can do that for our members.
Just want to, I hearing how important it is, and I'm glad it's in here, and I just want to put voice to it that in the future, I hope we can continue to enhance this for you all. It's important. You basically are saving us and saving lives, and I want to make sure that we're doing the same for you.
So, housing. And I too really appreciate this breakdown. So I had a.
For a second, Councilmember, I just want to tell you, it is the brilliant work of the city team that is bringing this forward. And Shannon made this super easy for me to give you this detail. So I had to the people that deserve it. So just so you know,
Love everybody.
to these people. Go ahead.
So Michelle McNulty might want to one. Tiffany and Talashian.
Tiffany wouldn't, we can just ask. We can bring it back.
So Tiffany and Michelle and I had a conversation a month or so ago about incentive policy for middle market, which I brought up in a fair. And it was discovered then or realized then that incentive policy for affordable housing actually allows for 150% AMI for home purchases that a developer would qualify for. The problem was our zoning code
only allowed for 100% AMI. So there was a disconnect. So that was like a unicorn buyer, right? So when we talked about it, we talked about just changing the zoning code cap to meet the affordable housing. And so we wouldn't need two separate incentive policies. So when Michelle gets back, I'd like to know where we are, if that was changed. So that $1 million, I think the $1 million is great. We need it because last I heard it was 250,000, I think. But I would like to know if we change that in the zoning code so that builders can also build or purchase homes with an AMI of 150% and take advantage of this incentive policy. So that's, I would to.
Can I, actually, Justina's here, and I think Justina.
A baby picture on this.
I love that. Mayor, Council Justina Costa, your Housing Investment Director. I'm happy to answer your question. Specifically, you're absolutely correct. The current incentive policy does allow developers to access the incentives when serving up to 150% of the AMI. What we decided as staff after meeting with you, we had several internal meetings, is to address some of the smaller aspects of the zoning code that Michelle would be best to speak to on this. Wanted to wait until after the last cap recommendations came forward. And so we're very close to that. The minute we have those, we're going to be revising our incentive policy. And so with that, we'll tackle.
Top of mind.
Absolutely.
So the really quick fix. Outside looking in, but I think that would be really impactful for our market housing. Thank you, Justina. So Heidi, on the beautification, was 204,000, I think, one time. Ongoing, oh, it is ongoing. So is that comparative to last year? I mean, is it an increase or is it what we fund? And is this coming out of general funds? BBB, okay. So is this an increase or is it the same?
It has to do with the position ad. And then, of course, some of it has to do with some of the operational things that we've asked. Do you have anything you wanted to add?
No, I was just going to say, most of it is the position, half of it, and then a large portion of it is increasing that flower program. And then actually ongoing funded.
You'll find in your capitals budget.
Yeah, it comes out of the BBB, not. And then park flag, the 906,000, is that out of park flag fees?
That's out of, I believe that our balance in the fund balance, but I'm gonna let Heidi go too.
Yeah, so that 900,000, it includes the contract. So there is funding that's coming into Park Flag, education, tourism, and general fund that are funding the actual total cost. So I think about 700 and something, I can't remember the total contract off the top of my head, of that is related to that contract. So majority is covered by the fees, but if you recall, there is contributions for areas that we used to pay for funding elsewhere that is coming into the fund to pay for it as well.
All right, thank you. I have what I think is a quick question. Under sustainability, I don't remember where that was. Do I understand correctly that sustainability is taking on the recycling education? Nicole.
So thank you for that question. And you're actually, teaser alert, going to hear a little bit more about this next week at council. But in the new fiscal year, sustainability will be taking over education and outreach regarding recycling. And we're really excited to share some of the highlights of our planned work in that space. Specific to this budget, that does not reflect the funding for that. So I believe that, and Heidi, please correct me if I'm wrong, we're gonna reinstate the transfer out from solid waste to sustainability.
Yes, that
For
is
that.
included in the budget. So solid waste is contributing to that.
So, yeah. Okay, have some outreach funds, and again, really excited to share our plans with the council on the 28th. Thanks for the question.
A whole hour. You told me you don't have any more questions.
Yes, we don't have any more questions.
You did a great job. You did a really great job. I was equally impressed when I saw all of this. So I think that everybody is getting a little something, and I think that we're checking a lot of boxes that have been needed to be checked. So thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Heidi. So Heidi stepped in the last minute to do that. So thank you, Heidi, for stepping in. So Shannon and I are going to cover the request focus and the limitations. Go through, so you know the lens we were looking through when reviewing budget requests. First one is that we funded one-time ongoing budget items from the last few years first. And I know this makes a lot of sense. Basically what this means is that we time ongoing requests that were funded for several years from divisions. They would just keep submitting them every year. So Heidi and her team did a great job of pulling out those items, so divisions did not have to resubmit them. And so those were kind of all taken off the top before we started the budget process, which actually made things a lot easier. We also didn't allow any items under 1,000 submitted either, so that was helpful as well, and asked divisions to find those items within their budgets. We funded increases to contractual and commodities for existing programs. That was something that we looked at. We also did not approve any new items that had any ongoing expenses. So we were very careful about looking at items with that lens. As you could just see from what Heidi presented, we had a big focus on council priorities, and we all had a list of items that we had been brought up in the past, and made sure that we discussed those and did our best to approve and items forward in the process. We maintained existing infrastructure, and then we provided tools and resources to get the work done. And I think in one of those slides, the personnel slide, you'll see that we actually broke out all of the things that we staff for them to do their jobs, which is also a big expense for the organization. I think we've talked about it quite a bit already, that we had limited resources going into this budget, and we focused on realigning staff and contractual resources. I think Shannon had the example on the janitorial services that pretty much right away we started recognizing that divisions were submitting requests for increased costs related to janitorial, and the team still come up with a potential alternate way to address that, not only for this year but for years going forward. We used new revenue to pay for additional staffing, and again, I think we only had 2 positions that did not have an offset. We short-term rental fees, it's coming to council, I believe, on May 5th for that fee increase. We're using that to fund the code enforcement position, but don't tell the legislature. We're also offsetting the costs for the new fire inspector with fire inspection fees. We also there was a surveyor position approved, and that was actually an assistant real estate manager that we are using that salary line for that position because it was a great need in our organization. So really tried to be creative in this budget. We reduced set-asides that do not replenish. And Heidi Derryberry just reminded me that 2.1 million ongoing is actually our performance and step plan increases. We've talked a lot about the property tax shift and how we're looking at ongoing revenue and dedicating that to public safety ongoing needs. Items of that just over 500,000 that will all be dedicated towards public safety. And then we limited grant approval to those with little to no city match. And Heidi already went through some of the grants that I'm looking at. I think just in general, just grants that fund positions are ones that we likely will not be looking. It's an ongoing cost to the organization. And now I'm gonna turn it over to Shannon.
You've heard we were able to accomplish a lot. Presenting to you today, things that we've heard from council is that you want to understand what we're not able to fund. And so that's really what this slide is focusing on. And just some general categories. And wanted to let you know that every year we have to decide based on what we have to accomplish, what our priorities are going to be, because we typically, every year since I've been with the city, don't have enough funding to cover what the needs are. And so we've done our best effort in that. From a staffing perspective, we're unable to fund about 29.6 FTEs. Some of these have been in information technology. We talked about the ones specific in fire and the police department this morning. We also had some in public works that we couldn't fund. We did do a lot when it comes to training and to providing tools and resources to our staff. But we weren't able to do all of the training. And so that's why you see that on this slide as well, because there are some things that we were unable to cover the entire request. Some of our facility maintenance, improvement to a building, it might have been $20,000 set aside for folks to make sure that they have money to do preventative maintenance on their facility. Those were some of the things that we couldn't get to with the funding available. Also some new software subscriptions. This might have included Monday.com, Canva, risk management, some additional AI licensing or AI call taking, digital subpoenas, some specific e-learning systems, Peregrine, the ability to connect with the police department from a risk management perspective, not risk management, emergency management, I apologize, the wrong management group. Records requests. And then lots of folks had computer accessories, things that they need that go along with their basic computing system. We were unable to get to some consulting services, some planning documents. We weren't able to fund all of the radios, the safety equipment, the training equipment, and other public safety tools. So I don't want to go through every single thing that we didn't cover, but these are some of the examples that we couldn't extend the money to be able to include in our recommended budget presented to you today. And then the last piece that I'll cover for you in this particular section, and Councilmember Matthews, you talked a little bit about this this morning with the service partner contracts, is the city does provide funding to companies in our community that provide services that are of benefit to the city of Flagstaff and the community members that we serve. So in this year's recommended budget, you will see High Country Humane. They have a contract increase that's written into their contract, so that will be honored. We did not do CPI increases for service partner contracts where it was not required. We did have a new renewed contract. I think it was actually just this Tuesday on the Black to Live experience. So we would honor the dollar amount that you would have seen as part of that conversation. And then if you recall, back in December of 2025 at the retreat, we talked about the service partner request process. We used that request request process this year as part of the budget. And we did receive 2 new ones. One being the Family Food Center, which we did fund. And then the other, again, we did not have enough to achieve that as well. So that's what I have for you as far as our service partner contracts. And certainly, we can get to our next section if you have any questions for Joanne and I.
Yes, Councilmember House. And then did you?
Thanks, Shannon. This is just really good information. The reference to high country just reminded me of a message that we saw come in not too long ago about splitting, I think it was asking the animal control services between high country and humane. I don't remember the full nature of the email, but it was talking about how with high country as the primary partner, them being essentially overfilled right now, having that contract fully with them is only contributing to that overfilling or overflow. And I don't know if that's part of this consideration at all, or if that's a separate conversation.
Yeah, so High Country Humane and Coconino Humane Association announced today that they're merging. And yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so I don't know all the specific details about whether, I didn't read the release that closely, whether the contract comes in under High Country. Okay, so it still comes into High Country, but they are combining resources. And I thank you for asking this question, because I wanted to remind us all that we are legally required to have an animal control contract by the legislature. Councilmember Matthews.
Thank you. Is it in a different category? When I'm looking at this list, I know that we have a line item for the shelter as well. Did that just get left off, or did we?
No, they would,
category.
they would be included in the no CPI increases for the service contract. So there is several contracts that are included in that. So we're just continuing to pay this year what we paid last year. Staff shelter services is part of that. That's $100,000 that we paid them.
Do we have a total dollar amount for all these service contracts?
I don't off the top of my head, but we can find that out for you. Rick might have it. 10.5 million.
Councilmember Matthews, I know you've asked this on Tuesday. I want to work with the team and kind of give the history of 5 years of these outside agency service contracts, council as well.
Councilmember Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I might have just missed this when you were discussing it. The new funding for Flagstaff Family Food Center. Did you mention the request that was not funded?
Mention the name of it. It's Quality Connections. And the reason being is they actually receive funding from the city as one of our direct service providers. And I believe they also might get money through United Way. Is that accurate? Yes.
Thank you.
Looks like we're good.
Thank you.
Let's have one more question.
Okay.
I apologize. It just came to me, and I think this might be the right place for it. We talk about housing in funding services that help people that need help with it. We don't talk about land acquisition for future housing.
Justina, do you, we do have funds set aside for Land acquisition for housing.
Just wasn't on our slide.
I don't think it's new money. It's money that's
So
been.
last year, city council allotted 500,000 for our land acquisition pot. So we have that from last year, piggy bank essentially to use when opportunities arise.
I'm curious more about that. So our next one-on-one meeting, if we can have that discussion, I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
And also just on the housing discussion, we're coming back to council. I think we're gonna do it first weekend in September. Seen us yet. To have that discussion about the ongoing housing fund. Still doing kind of some due diligence, and then I think our team has been, pretty focused on safety discussion, but I think the timing of that will be really good to have that discussion on that housing fund.
Thanks for bringing up the priorities that council is bringing forth. I've seen that since I've got on council. A priority gets tackled by the management department very easily. And then the next year we have another priority. So maybe during our budget meetings, you'll also see sprinklings or smatterings of what's going to be coming up on the horizon. And I think that housing component is just one of those ones. So it is perfect timing. Thank you.
Are we ready to get started with capital improvement program? Promise, I am not going to present on this section other than to kick it off. So before I hand this over to Paul and city engineering and his team to present, as well as pros and Rebecca and her team, I did want to just do a very high level summary to share. The fiscal year 27 budget is currently estimated at $286 million for our capital improvement program. You can also see we do have an estimated program cost of about $151 million for the current fiscal year. We just recently had carry forward process, and all of those were due a couple weeks ago, and the budget section is working on those. So a number of the projects that are included in that $151 million are likely going to have all or part of them carrying forward into the 27 budget due to a variety of reasons. The total 5-year capital improvement program you see here before you is a total of $826 million. So a lot of money is being invested into our capital improvement infrastructure. You could see the different areas. This includes general government, streets and transportation, which are various transportation taxes, BBB projects, water services is a big component, solid waste, and airport. So I'm going to go ahead and hand it over to Paul to kick it off for the rest of the presentation. You got it.
To the engineer, thank you for having us. We've been asked to present on just our major projects that we have going on. We have a lot more than what we're going to show today going on, but we have our senior staff that probably seen that council before, and you've seen a lot of these projects before as well. Last summer, we had a lot of construction going on in town. This summer, it's mostly the Butler and Lone Tree, Christine projects. As you see, we have a lot of projects that are getting close to breaking free. They're under design. So the next few years, but you will see a lot of construction. We've also had big challenges with the cost of projects. Costs have been increasing immensely. The Prop 419 projects were approved back in 2018. So we're like 6 years from that. So we're seeing a lot of cost increases. Luckily, we've been very good at getting grants. That's been kind of saving us. But yeah, we continue to go for grants, and I'm going to turn it over. She will go through her project.
Good afternoon, I'm Christine Cameron, Senior Project Manager with Capital Improvements. The project I want to talk to you about today is the Lone Tree Overpass. This provides a grade separated crossing of the BNSF corridor. The area to Flag extends and widens Lone Tree Road up to Route 66. It is funded, as Paul said, by 420 and 419, and those were passed in 2018. Design is complete. We did get started with the corridor portion last summer, and we're working on the remainder of the corridor portion this summer. So Ames is our contractor, and they are anticipated to be done with Butler Avenue, have that fully open to 4 lanes of traffic in late May. The rest of the Lone Tree corridor south of there. Then we hope to start the overpass portion in late summer, and that's bridge, the abutments and the bridge. That is Sterling, you can fill in the blank here. Waiting on, I have a theme of all of my projects, waiting on agreements between the Army Corps and BNSF and the city of Flagstaff. So the legal is working very hard on those. I'll pause here for any questions. Okay. Second project is the Downtown Miles Safety and Connectivity Project. This is a cooperative project in between the city of Flagstaff and BNSF. It includes construction of our local projects such as pedestrian underpasses in the downtown area, Milton Bridge, and also track improvements for the railroad. Design is at 95% currently. It is funded from an infra grant with contributions from City of Flagstaff, BNSF, ADOT, and Metro Plan. Currently, we're working with FRA, Federal Rail Administration, and BNSF on some coordination on construction delivery, and we hope to get started in the spring of 2027 on construction. And a portion of this project is also the Amtrak platforms, and that's funded by a CRISI grant. Favorite, Brianna Flag. This is a cooperative project between the City of Flagstaff and the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. They are the lead agency. It channelizes and reduces the 100-year floodplain through central portion of town, through a series of open channels and box culverts. The design is 95% complete, and we are finalizing agreements with BNSF and the Army Corps and the City of Flagstaff, and hope to get started with construction in the spring, summer of 2027. And this shows a rendering of the Rio. The rendering on the left is the lower reach, which is phase 4, and this is kind of by the BNSF property. It's an open channel with a maintenance road, and then the rendering on the right is closer to it's about Elm and Benito, so it's right across from like Flag High and the old Public Works yard. So it just shows kind of what the finished product will look like. Want to add anything from your trip? New exciting news for the Rio?
I was gonna ask about Lone Tree.
Okay.
First, so are we, Paul mentioned that things are just costing more than projects. What are we looking at for the Lone Tree overpass project right now? How much are we going to be over? Been able to, or what we predicted the project would cost?
The bond was worth, I believe it was 73 million, and the cost, total cost estimate today is 143. Oh, people. If there was something I could do about it, I definitely would. And we have looked at areas to reduce costs, cut out scope. It's just when you're building a bridge and roadway, there's not a lot really that substantial funding that you can kind of claw back, so.
And that raises a question of how we're paying for the difference.
Heidi, do you want to take this one? My finance guru.
Can we just have a chair up front here?
Yeah, I don't know about the money tree. It's wilting. I think the question was, how are we paying for the gap? Is that so a big fortunate portion of it is that when we did the initial estimates of the bond, we are outperforming that with the tax. So a big chunk of the gap is that we're exceeding the revenue projections that were in the original bond, as well as there is right now a pretty significant portion. I think it's about $14 million of Prop 419 funding that is actually going to help to cover that estimated gap. It's a little hard planning because we plan to have to issue debt. We know once the bridge starts that it's going to come quick and big for dollars. So we've been really working every year. Rick and I spend a lot of time of have to issue that debt, right? We only have revenue to pay that debt back until the end of that tax. So it's been a little bit tough, but knowing that we've had really good revenue and now we have quite a bit of money sitting in that fund. So the last couple of years we've been earning great amounts of interest on that. So through a combination of all those things is what's helping to cover the gap. I am a little nervous as every time I talk to Christine, I think it's new numbers that was there. So we're running out of options of how to continue covering those gaps, but hopefully it would be big dollars to try to continue to find cover the rest of that project.
Question, Joanne.
You want to update on the Rio meeting that we had in DC, or do you?
Sure.
I would love it.
Yeah, sure. So, I cannot remember her, what her title. She's like Deputy Chief of the Army.
Assistant Secretary, Deputy Chief Assistant of the Assistant Secretary of the Army, CSA.
There you go. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
And very important.
And this is, and she is the highest up the chain, I believe, that we've ever met with. So we were lucky to get a meeting with her, and it was in the Pentagon. And she seems like a no nonsense person and gave us some suggestions for ways to kind of break apart the project so that we ensure that we have the funding when we need it moving forward. So we'll be doing all of those steps, and you may want to make this more official language than what I'm using. But I thought it was a productive meeting, and I was appreciative that she gave us her time. We expressed our extreme frustration that we have been waiting so long and that the city has accomplished every objective and we've overcome every obstacle that has been put in our way, and we would appreciate a little bit of muscle getting some movement on it. She seemed ready to do that.
Yeah, Mayor, I don't have anything to add, just that she reached out right away, asked for additional information, and I think not breaking the project apart, but making sure that we can continue to move forward with construction.
Because we were told that we needed X, Y, and Z all in place before construction could start, and she said, no, not necessarily. We can do this and get started and then do these other parts. That's, yeah, that's a better way to say.
And there was something that just went into the core a couple of weeks before.
Building infrastructure, not paperwork.
Yes.
BINP.
And you already know the acronym.
Yeah, and I'm talking to the district about the feasibility of moving forward with that. So is Bob. So hopefully we can get going, and I want to see that thing built.
Does she have access to her attorneys? Could she talk to them about language?
It's on the list of one of our asks to her.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Sloppy explanation for me.
No, it's all good.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name's Ben Markert, Project Manager, Senior Lead with Capital Improvements. Happy to talk about a couple of Butler Avenue projects today. The first is Butler and Fourth, which extends essentially from I-40 to just east of 4th Street, as well as along 4th Street from Creststone north to Sparrow Avenue. This uses Prop 419 funding. There's a $19 million build grant for construction. It's going to be a 4-lane roadway with off-street bike and pedestrian facilities, signalized mid-block crossings, new mountain line bus stops, modified roundabout at the Butler and 4th Street intersection with a bike and pedestrian underpass. I'll be able to show that on the next slide. And our 60% design is completing essentially this week. I'll move on to the details. So on the left side here, we've got a graphic of the roadway proposed cross section. You may have seen this already. 2 lanes each direction, approximately 15-foot, 16-foot median. And you can see we have separated pedestrian bikeways, approximately 5-foot buffer from the back of the curb to those pathways. We might call that a parkway or a landscaped area. And on the right graphic, we show a 2-lane roundabout, modified slightly to have right turn slip lanes throughout. And the intent is a pedestrian as well as drainage underpass from northwest corner down to the southeast corner. Any questions on this project?
Councilmember Matthews?
For clarification, the roundabout, is that on the intersection of Butler and 4th? I mean, not the roundabout, the pedestrian underpass.
Yes, it'll be underneath this roundabout for Butler and 4th.
Thank you.
All right, and moving on. Next, we'll talk about Butler Avenue Complete Streets Project. It's been an ongoing project, so you may have seen these graphics in the past. The project will include separated bike lanes, protected intersections at Beaver, San Francisco, and Sawmill, enhanced crossings. So we're upgrading the one at Humphreys and installing a new one for O'Leary. Coordination with Lone Tree Corridor and Overpass Improvement Project, of course. The budget's at $12 million. We have a Safe Streets for All grant of $9.6 million. And an AZ Smart grant of $2.4 million. We're currently working on the design, and construction is expected to begin in spring of 27 and last about a year. Any questions on that one?
Such great news. This is a great project.
Hand it off. Thank you.
You get the new guy.
Afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, Trevor Henry, new guy. A little bug in my throat this morning, so I'm gonna try not to sound like Peter Brady. But I'm gonna talk about the Spruce Wash drainage. So I'm just gonna hit the highlights because before our A team will be before you on May 12th. Give you a deeper dive and update on the project. So I'm just gonna hit the highlights. Proposition 441 was November of 2022. It was voted on 76% approval. So the following day, our TAC team, the Technical Advisory Committee, got together and started planning how we are going to deliver these mitigation measures to the Sunnyside area. So that started there, and the commitment from the TAC was to be complete by monsoons of 2026. So almost a little over 3 years, roughly, of what we wanted to do. And so that was a huge feat, a great undertaking by this group of people. Just an amazing feat. And you'll hear more about that on May 12th. But again, just trying to hit the highlights. So if you think about storm water, you think about concrete, you think about gates,
stuff that looks pretty standardized. What I tried to do here, from my thought, was we tried to add some beautification, make it look a little nicer. So on some of the photos you'll see on the next slide, we tried to add a few things that made it look a little nicer. So the spruce wash project, when we're done, we're gonna have some beautification projects that will come through to make that look a little nicer. We have some safety fencing that is gonna separate the public from the drainage. And normally it's just chain link fence. And these really nice looking safety fences. Again, we just tried to make it look a little nicer as we were moving this forward. The budget currently is a little under $40 million. And we have Proposition 441 at 26 million. Other funding sources at about 14 million. This program is completely funded. Some of those other funding sources are drinking water, wastewater, street safety, some of Proposition 419, and then we did have several grants that helped us out. Construction. And what we did is we had 7 GMP packages come before you. And each of those GMP packages had portions or phases of the projects itself. So that was just kind of a strategy on trying to complete the program within the time commitment that we made. On the left side of the screen, you see the map. We've shown this before. We started with 7 projects and now we're up to 10. And again, it's just how the program evolved and how we decided to complete the strategy of the program. We had 5 designers, so we used our on-call. 5 designers on board, and each of them took a discipline. So there were some with hydrology and hydraulics, some with roads, some with fencing, just taking use of what we have before us. And then we went out with an RSOQ and we got a CMAR, Construction Management at Risk, which was Eagle Mountain Construction. So they delivered, Eagle Mountain delivered all 7 GMP. And so right now we are in the very ending stages of the. We hope to be complete by June of this year. Yeah, that's the commitment, to be done before the monsoon start in 2026. And we started construction in June of 23. So if you really think about it, that was about roughly 7 months after the bond proposition was approved. And then again, we started into construction. So again, the
Year after the flooding.
correct. So that just shows the commitment that this TAC had to complete this program for our citizens.
Trevor, I have just a point of clarification. This project was necessitated by the fire.
Correct.
That caused the, it wasn't poor planning back in the day. It was because of the fire.
That is correct. So the museum fire, which happened upstream from the Spruce Wash corridor, there was some areas outside of city limits, but on the forest land that had to be mitigated as well as part of what we did for Spruce Wash within the city limits. And yes, it was all part of the fire, the museum fire that took place. So here are some pictures recent pictures of some of the programs or the projects that we did. On the left side is the wedge with the wedge itself. We're waiting on the gate inlet. We're waiting on the control panel. So that's why you see the pieces of equipment in the center, because they're still working there, but essentially it's 98% complete. In the middle is the Linda Vista crossing. This is where we had several sandbags, barriers, but now we have a crossing, and there's an example of the safety. It's nicer looking than chain link fence. And then on the very right side is Dortha Avenue channel, just south of Dortha going towards Arroyo Seco. So those are just some recent pictures of what we've done. Again, you'll get data on May 2. Any other questions?
I just wanted to add a comment. I was figuring out what needed to be done in this area as far as fencing was concerned, and I know that we went back and forth. I just want to thank your department for being so open to new ideas, because there is some safety risk and things that you can consider. Without great teamwork between all of the departments, we wouldn't have had such a good finished product. So thank you guys for being so amenable. Those changes on the side, on Sunnyside, because we didn't want it to look like chain link fences and stuff like that, like a place that excluded people. But we also wanted to be safe, and it was because of that partnership that we were able to get what we wanted in that neighborhood. So
Thank you for the comment, council member. So one of the biggest commitments again from the TAC was try to make this a project that meets the measures, mitigates the flooding, also looks nice. And we also had a construction manager at risk on board. That's one of the advantages. We talk with them, give them ideas, they give us ideas, what can be constructed, and do that within our budget.
Trevor, can you talk about the final striping that's gonna be done on Cedar after school gets out?
Yes, I can. So here's our map again. So number 4 is Cedar Crossing. And with that program, we added we added a mill and overlay scope, which was from West Street down to 4th Street. So we improved that road. We applied a temporary striping package or a scenario, and that was around the fall, winter of this past year. So now we need to do the final striping. So what we're going to do is May 29th, close Cedar Avenue. And then through the weekend, so Sunday, May 31st, we will complete with the striping. There are different applications of striping that need to go down. So 3 days, 2.5 days is required. And this is very similar to what we did when we did the temporary striping. While we closed the road for 1.5 days and we applied the temporary striping. But now we have the final striping, which needs a little bit more time to
It will never be closed again.
be
His fingers are crossed.
Sterling has a question.
But you told me no in the chat.
I know.
Gave me thumbs down.
I know.
I leaned over and told her I had a question. She said, put a Q in the chat. Yay. No, I just, back to that other slide, you talked about the fencing. I noticed the fencing or the gate within the channel. How does that work when there's flow on the right in the Dortha Arroyo channel?
So there is a controller. It's all designed by hydraulics. Elevation. Then a lever is hit or actuated, and then the gate will close electronically. So then the water will continue to back up in the storm drain all the way to Linda Vista. And then should it get to a point where we're higher than a certain storm event, it'll fill up, go into Linda Vista, then down Grandview. So what we've done is mitigation measures. It's not quite solving the entire flooding stormwater issue, because if we were to do that, we'd have bigger improvements, but we have space, we have a corridor that we need to work within, we have residents that we need to have a quality of life still that we need to design around.
Vice Mayor, members of council, Damien Peterson, project manager with Capital Improvement. I personally thank whoever got rid of starting with a joke this year. You a dad joke. So when you woke up on Monday morning, you didn't think you'd have the blessing of hearing about John Musacall twice in the same week. So we covered a lot of the bullets on this slide on Tuesday. I'll just cover briefly some of the ones I didn't cover on. We are funded by Proposition 419.
One thing I didn't mention too is if you've been on John Wesley Powell between Lake Mary Road and Lone Tree, it's gonna have a very similar feel to that. Currently designed with the 10-foot foots on the east side and 4.5-foot bike lanes on both sides, so southbound and northbound. Wanted to touch a little bit on the bike and pedestrian facilities. And then we talked about the Brio crossing with that conceptual exhibit. 60% design. We just did our comments from the city, just submitted those today to our designer. And doing construction through 2020. All projects that we do in capital, but we also do vertical projects. So we have the opportunity of building things like fire stations, the aquaplex. We have to build those too. So I've been asked and very thrilled to take part in being able to help build the Wildland Training Center and the management fire station for that. So I get to work with the fire department, great group there. We've had several tours with partnering agencies looking at some of the facilities that they have, components, words of equipment inside and outside, different ventilation systems. It's been really fun to learn. I'm excited to do vertical. Here we have 2 different buildings with serving 2 different purposes, very open floor design. I like having a meeting center in the area. There's a lot of meetings that happen, a lot of coordination that happens. It's fun to have a common area where that collaboration can happen. As far as the Wildland Training Center, this would be entities that come from all over Northern Arizona to utilize this facility. And as you recall, or may not recall, we got the grant from the state, from Arizona DFFM, who also funded our basin to help build this facility as well. So the Wildland Training Center will have that large conference room, classrooms to bring in those organizations for training, as well as kitchens and restrooms. We had RSOQ, so statements of qualification. We had 7 that submitted on this one. It was open for a little over a month. That committee is currently convening. Hopefully we'll get back to council in June or before break, so we can share with you the selected contractor for that. And then the other one, John Wesley Powell Boulevard Housing Master Plan and Public Safety Complex, sometimes referred to as the shark bite, because it's a lot faster to say. This is a conceptual drawing of that 27-acre parcel that's along John Wesley Powell. So this is John Wesley Powell Boulevard. Lone Tree is just off of here. The cemetery property is just off.
Do you want to go back to your previous slide?
Yeah, that's a great idea. Shark bite's right. Thank you, Paul.
Right where John Wesley Powell dead end. Basically.
Why is it called a shark bite?
I don't know.
I don't know, because if you look at a shark's teeth, they're very jagged and rough, and this is very smooth.
It's just a bite out of the whole.
Beaver bite.
Yeah,
Shark bite.
probably sounds better than the chunk.
We're paused there.
You want to go back? Sorry.
Yeah, the construction 26 through 28, that's just for our portion.
That's correct. Yeah, sorry, I don't have any update to share on.
I do. The other 2, Pine Canyon and Canyon Del Rio, they're in their final approval for construction plans. So they're close.
Okay.
I don't have a contract. So on these 27 acres, this was an interesting RSOQ because we needed to partner planning for housing on this 27-acre parcel along with our public safety campus. So we are in this conceptual exhibit. We've dubbed this section here the public safety campus. So on that public safety campus, we're going to be constructing a fire admin building, and also a fire station and a police substation. We're working with the police department and the fire department to make sure that we're satisfying the needs, future needs of their departments as we look forward to how it's going to lay on this land and how we're going to bring in our housing master plan to this area too, and working with housing as well, obviously. So this is a great committee that's on this to make sure that we're serving our community in the best way possible, both from a housing perspective and a public safety perspective. This one, again, was open for about a month. We had 6 submittals here. This one hopefully will come to you. Man, I'm going to be seeing you guys a lot in June. This will be good. Coming back hopefully in June.
David, can I ask a question?
Yeah.
So with this and then the Wildland Training Center, that feels like a lot of proposals to me, submittals, is it?
It is a lot. I've never done vertical, so I don't know how many is normal for a vertical submission.
Okay.
It's a solid amount.
Okay.
being on both committees, 13 is a lot to read. Though. I would say that.
The Schultz, 6 or 5 or 6 there as well.
I think we got 6 on John Wesley Powell. It's a good amount. It's good to see the breadth of contractors that are coming in with lots of good experience, a lot of applicable experience, which is what you want to see. It's also great to have a committee that can review that, and usually the committee is made up of people that are directly tied to that community. Question on all 3. I kind of zip through all 3 and we'll pause for questions. Yes, Councilmember Haslund.
Proceed.
The concept here is, did the RSOQ or do the proposals include any like particular type of housing with that development? Like, is it aiming for missing middle versus single versus multifamily?
I think in the RSOQ, remember the specifics of it. Yeah, workforce, and I think it spoke a lot to density. Based at this point.
Yeah.
But part of that RSOQ committee is composed of housing and planning and making sure that we are accommodating those needs. Yes and no. Fair?
Yes. Councilmember Matthews. Thank you. This is one of my favorite topics, JWL extension, and I've spared our new city manager from usually prior to her, every meeting that I had with the city manager was where are we at?
We're getting that done now.
We go, ouch. Whoa, you're right. But to that end, okay, so we 2026 to 2028, we'll finish our bit. We're assuming the other property owners will be working at the same time or close to it. It would be your best guess that that road is open.
Usually says, I think 3 years from the date of the effective date of the development agreement, which was like, I think right at December of 25. So we're looking at the end of 28.
So happy.
There's a lot of coordination. Obviously, the roads need to match up, but they're yes, gas company. So everybody has to be coordinated, and we're doing that really well with. We have an engineers meeting between all 3 groups once a month. We coordinate everything.
Others?
I think that might be it.
All right. If there are, you know where to find me.
Back again, I have a couple of specialty projects I'm going to talk about, and then we're going to turn it over to pros. So this is the downtown safety improvements phase 1. It's actually installing bollards from LaRue in San Francisco to kind of make that secure when we have these events, right? And this is new in this year's budget. We roughly estimated $400,000. 19.5 DDD tag. We're going to do bollards. We don't know if those are going to be in ground where you can just lift the cap and pull them up, or if it's going to be a hole and we have to bring them and lay them in. Our big concern is cinders getting in there. So we want to do a lot of research on that. Do a lot of work on the utilities where we can place them. And then, we also have other considerations, like something in the alley like that. So we're gonna get a design firm on board right after the budget gets approved. If this is in there, we'll be working on it over the summer. We'll be coordinating with the CEC and the Downtown Business Alliance. They'll be heavily involved. Another big component of this project is traffic signal timing. So when those bollards go up, we're going to have the traffic signals programmed to not have certain turning movements allowed or more timing in one direction or the other. So that's a big component as well. And two years from now in the 27-28 program, we have the downtown safety improvements with bollards from Sick Greaves to Aspen. We have the farmers markets, we have, some big events in Wheeler Park. We'll have to really look at this one because somebody technically could come through the library, right? We leave the library open when there's the farmers market, things like that. We'll have to do traffic signal timing at Aspen. We'll learn a lot from the first phase and then hopefully move on to this second phase. Last project, you might have seen some construction equipment at Woody Mountain. We've just mobilized this week for the Woody Mountain and West Route 66 traffic signal. We did an IGA with council to do the design or to get the money from the state. They appropriated $1.9 million. Also for the construction contract, the items, the poles were roughly 16 weeks to get. So that's why we haven't been doing a lot of work out there yet. By the end of June. So moving forward with that.
Councilmember Matthews. Is this a good time to ask my question? And I've talked to the city manager about it too. So this conversation coming up and the celebration that this is not even on ADOT's radar to do these improvements. And I know it's one of Cape Morley's metro plan projects, but still looking for funding and stuff. A lot of discussion from the community about high level of accidents that go on throughout this road, and another one is Thompson and 66. I know you told me earlier, Paul, that some of the extra leftover money that we had to sidewalks and stuff, but I want to put the plea in now to do a temporary light on Thompson and 66, especially with the federal courthouse going in. I can't believe that ADOT hasn't changed their time frame. And the community, especially over in Railroad Springs, they've already, gone through a lot of trauma and stuff. And that's, every single person that I spoke to out there, that was their one and only thing they wanted to talk about, is just how dangerous and how serious the accidents are. Not as many fatal, but very serious accidents. All those conversations and see what we can do. I know it's just extra time, but this is a really dangerous road, and I think we really need to look at it.
Yeah, definitely. So the money that's left over from this traffic signal project really just needs to be used on West Route 66. That's just called the West Route 66 improvements. So we can really, do whatever we want with it. And then hopefully Senator Rogers did another appropriation for $3 million this budget. So if we get that, our plan is to work with ADOT and Metro Plan and design the entire corridor and then start going after grants.
I know the vice mayor, I think, was in Phoenix this week lobbying on this project.
Talked a lot about it, and reception was good. I believe that we're getting the word to the right folks on it, and this is a Metro Plan project, and everyone that I spoke to understands the need. They're seeing it.
Yeah, our plan is to get, a design done, those grants, if they were ready to go.
I'm praying for that.
Yeah, that would take a while, a couple of years. So you're talking about
a temporary signal, because all these things, the speed of government, it's 5-10 years out. And I don't think with all the development going on West Route 66 and the federal courthouse, we can't wait 10 years.
those conversations. Rose is up next. With the bathroom.
Me or him?
It's for both. It's for both.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor. City Council Amy Hagan. I get the opportunity to be our Assistant Parks, Recreation, Open Space and Events Director. Always stuck talking about bathrooms and I'm not really sure why. But anyways, this is the Heritage Square restrooms renovation project. We've talked about this for a couple years. We're finally moving the needle a little bit. Feels really good. Yes, this is a concept drawing of the space. If those that know that space, it's currently 2 separate units. So those are those 2 separate units within the light gray walls combined into 1. And then we're able to add a 3rd toilet. So we would be able to go from 2 toilets to 3, which is ideal to serve our community with a public restroom like this. And I'll point to it that may not help our online folks, as I'm pointing on a screen. So the 2 units today, again, go into 1 unit. We're able to create like a janitor closet mop sink, which is important for the cleaning of this, including possibly multiple times a day. And then an exterior 1 sink for the 3 toilets, but the 3 toilets are inside their own partitions, if you will. And it's for anyone that's been traveling recently, you might be seeing, including in parking lots, the red green light scenario to tell you if something's occupied or being used. So that's what we would like to implement here. So you would know in front of each of these 3 doors if that unit's occupied. You'll still be able to see about 12 inches off the ground that there might be feet in there, but the light may help too, except if you're colorblind like Dave McIntyre. Sorry, Dave. Larger unit is the ADA unit. It also includes an adult changing station, which is required by state law in Arizona to have an adult changing station within at least one of your public restrooms. So it meets all those needs. And then there might be a lot of chatter about what is a rolling gate door enclosure. The idea there is, if you've been in some of our larger, older cities on the East Coast, can it be a cool decorative door that comes down, locks at the bottom, and that's how you seal this item up at night. We may need also some type of insulating shield on the inside of that gate door, if you will. Don't want to do like a garage door or anything like that. That could really give a nice canvas for some graffiti. But we'll come up with some other things on that and may get an opportunity to work with Beautification Arts and Sciences on something too. So it's currently at this stage, this concept drawing, $250,000 of the BBB's Recreation Special Revenue. And we're really hoping that we can start some construction or bids at least in the summer of 26 and maybe some construction in the fall of 26. We have worked with the Downtown Business Alliance, getting this concept design in front of them, as well as Hopi Trust Economic Development Group. And so things are tracking moving forward. Questions? Restrooms.
Mayor has a comment about restrooms.
Put a C in the chat.
Direction.
I just wanted to, team, this has been through a and it is not an easy project. This would take so much conversation, but they really do. And you never gave up. You have come up with a great plan. And I just wanted to thank everyone involved. This is very needed for the town, and I appreciate it.
We appreciate that. It doesn't go without hesitation that Capital Engineering is assisting with this with Geneva in project management. So a lot of that, thank you, should go to her too. Questions on?
Yes. Councilmember Matthews.
Yes.
I was walking out to get my water when I heard something about bathroom doors go all the way to the ground.
They would not, correct. So similar to partitions inside the bathrooms, even right here in the hallway.
Would?
They would be, yes.
So when I travel international, bathrooms are whatever the term is, but the stall doors are all the way floor to ceiling. So there's no invasion of privacy for somebody that's maybe hanging out there. We have, that goes around. Feel very uncomfortable to have that space. So what was the reasoning behind leaving a gap like that?
Leaving the gap was a reason for safety in case someone is in there and is on the ground. But I have a feeling with that red light, green light scenario, and I don't know if you were outside using the restroom when that was going. Maybe that can be in place of and getting the partitions all the way to the ground. We've had issues inside these bathrooms when police and fire cannot see if the person is down. Scenarios, we want to try to avoid that as much as possible. Now, granted, these partitions are much smaller, with the exception of the ADA one with the adult changing station, for possibly that to happen, for someone to be laying on the ground and needing assistance. So it's not a done deal. We can adjust anything on that. But the intention was to at least have a 12-inch, and maybe it can be shorter, tall, if that. Yeah, it's really just for that safety aspect. We can adjust too. We can always pivot. Any other questions? Right? Others are important. Okay. Jensen Recreation Center, HVAC in the gymnasium. So we designed the entire recreation center. It's about 10,000 square feet. So the design has air conditioning going everywhere. We're currently today, air conditioning's only in the game room and the office space, restrooms, but nowhere else in the facility, including the mezzanine up on the second floor. The full design done, and we're about ready to start phase 1, which is then installation for the gymnasium. That begins on April 27th and will probably be done before the end of May. Super exciting. And then there's a design sitting on the shelf in case if there's funding to implement those other phases, condition space to the rest of the facility, which at some point in time would be great to accomplish. Well, this one's almost done, so super exciting to get that one going. Any questions on cooled air for teenagers in a gymnasium? Okay. Say this one really fast. The Indigenous Community Cultural Center, or as we've given it the acronym of the ICCC. An agreement is currently in negotiation with an identified partner, the Indigenous Circle of Flagstaff, another acronym, ICF. Super exciting for that. $200,000 has been available in BBB Recreation Special Revenue. We sometimes have referred to it as seed money or money to utilize in some way once that partner is on board to collaborate and say, here's what we're doing. Here's what we all think should happen first. There's certainly some needs. You can tell by some of these images, if you have not been to the facility, of how in the world do we get this facility so it can be occupied? No, not an easy measure at all. The $200,000 is not gonna get you there either. But again, seed money or start money. We met on April 3rd with our current JOC contractors, those vertical contractors, to tour the facility with them and give an idea on here's the high level scope of work that we want. Give us a rough estimate on what it would take to make just the Western Bay occupiable. And that Western Bay is what's in this image on the upper right. And then it's about 3,600 square feet in there. There's currently 2 restrooms that don't meet accessibility as we go back to restrooms, some office space, and some other features. $200,000 will not get that 3,600 square foot to an occupiable space, but it's a start. And then we'll have these estimates from our JOC contractors and it'll give us a better idea. I'm sure there's gonna be questions on this one.
Yeah.
I was just curious, what year did we pack step up to And if you don't have the exact answer, the reason I wanted to kind of mention this and highlight it is during the time that I was on that commission, so we might see, we saw future projections for beautification slides that increase over time. That people don't quite always understand the dynamics of the beautification fund. So I think it's always important to highlight that there's been, at least the last 10 years, time periods when BPAC has set money aside as much, just this, if not more, in certain situations to take care of problems when they come up that we know are going to, just haven't yet. Just to for the community's edification, really, understanding that the BBB fund is going to come up a lot at times and look us, but it's because of that savings or that preparation over time. So the question was just simply, is this pretty recent, or did they put this money aside a little while back?
So not BPAC or beautification, but pros put the money aside. Shortly after December of 2022, after a community and public outreach, there was an adopted concept design for this portion of Thorpe Park that includes the Indigenous Community Cultural Center. And at that time, there was an original $100,000, Councilmember Garcia, to utilize for some further mitigation of the site. And then there was this $200,000 that we've been holding on to, waiting for our partner, and then working with Rose Tohi and to make now the rest of this happen. So we're still kind of baby stepping it a little bit, but we do know, as I said, 200,000 won't make it happen. And unfortunately, there was not an escalation feature in that when these were first identified.
And especially for myself, just every time we get a chance to kind of redefine or define what the BBB tax is doing for our community, I think it's important to shine a light on it for those like myself who are still working their way through which department has what and how that before. Highlight those for the community. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Councilmember House.
Mentioned it just now, about the level of site or land mitigation that's needed at this site. Has that been assessed, or is it under assessment, or?
Great question, Councilmember House. So original $100,000 I was just mentioning that Councilmember Garcia was used. There used to be an 8-foot tall perimeter fence around the 8.5 acres that was removed. We had a facility assessment for this specific building, knowing it was going to be the future in this community. Had private utility location performed and then placed into GIS, because we're dealing with a property that is 75 plus years old. There's lines going all over the place. 2 other items outside of just this specific structure and facility. PROS does have $5 million. It's in fiscal year 2032-33 for the rest of Thorpe Park in that area. So I wouldn't anticipate any of that happening until that timeframe, unless Flagstaff's billionaire appears magically. Is going to be most important to get this specific project off the ground is that seed money, that estimate to get that Western Bay occupiable, and then what fundraising opportunities does the partner, the Indigenous Circle Flagstaff, have to start to create and generate the fundraising and or donations to make that part happen. That $5 million in fiscal year 2032-33 is not for this facility at all. I do want to make sure that that's understandable. It's for the other park ground that surrounds this.
I mean, we've had these discussions before, being on the Indigenous Commission. But just to clarify, because I remember last year we talked about this $200,000 PROS. Did you say that you're setting that aside every year, or that's just sitting there and we haven't added to it? We had
100,000 that was expended on a handful of those items. No, it's one time $200,000 that we've been carrying forward, awaiting this opportunity.
Because I know that the commission was so excited when they saw that number, and then I was the buzzkill to explain to them what really you get from that, which is nothing. The internet nest that the city
Yes.
uses, has that been removed?
Yes. So that was another item that the $100,000 was utilized for. Sorry for missing that. A new microwave tower was placed up on Eldon that services Flagstaff sustainability offices, the park shop, and I believe assists with Hal Jensen Rec Center and Aquaplex. So that way that internet hub that's actually in this Western Bay is no longer attached to the city's network.
Last question, and we've had these conversations before, and we've had a few events outside. Like the parking area there needs some improvement. Is there any consideration, like if we get money to occupy the Western Bay, that's mainly just office. There's not going to be an event holding space in any scale. Has there been any discussion on resurfacing the outside area? Because we share that space with Sustainability's office to make it a little bit more accessible and easy to have outside events.
Great question, and that's one of the considerations that I asked the JOCs to include in their estimate, because there needs proper access into that Western Bay as a part of making that occupiable. Probably in that upper area, there's roughly maybe 10 to 12 kind of striped parking spaces, which doesn't help out much to host a large event. Sustainability has done some amazing improvements out there to a lower parking lot that's along Mogollon and Dale. They've striped half of it for their staff and their team, as well as they're working on some accessibility parking spaces closer to their building. But I do think some of that needs to be incorporated in to even getting the Western Bay occupied. Building department's going to require that without a doubt.
Thank you.
Yep. Anything else on Indigenous Community Cultural Center? We talked about that one longer than bathrooms. Okay, Highland Mesa Park, formerly known as, that always makes me think of Prince, formerly known as West Side Park. This is a neighborhood park on the west side of town. It's about 5.6 acres in size. It's in the Boulder Point neighborhood area, just behind the Staples Commercial Center off Woodlands Village Boulevard, and then I-40 also borders it. We did a outreach, gosh, a year ago. Wow, a year ago, to find out what in the world the neighborhood would like to see in this public city park. And then there's been a couple shifts and changes. So we're currently partnering with the city engineering division on some offsite improvements that were considered when we started the design review process, because PROS takes all of our projects through the city's IDS design review process so we can field those needs and any red flags. So there are some offsite improvements needed and a little bit of a realignment of the existing urban trail that flows through the park today. That is a project that engineering just, I believe, went under contract. Gosh, if Paul Mood's still here, maybe a couple weeks ago, Paul, at City Council, maybe 3 weeks ago, somewhere in there. So those offsite improvements are being designed today, and we'll incorporate those into the actual on-site improvements of the park. So we still have this concept design, and we have 1.47 million for the development. And we're excited to hopefully move this project forward as those offsites come to fruition and get designed and incorporated. Any questions on Highland Mesa Park?
I look at Councilmember House.
No.
Okay.
All right.
Oh, no.
Cheshire Park Track and Field. It's expansion of parkland at existing Cheshire Park. 1.3 acres in size. It is our location for a future 400-meter running track with a multi-purpose field in the middle. It's gonna need a parking lot when you develop an amenity like that. Gonna need a permanent restroom, back to restrooms when you develop a park like that. Special revenue, fund balance around, thank you, budget section. We've now created a $1.5 million balance on that, and then we're looking to leverage $1.5 million with land water conservation fund grant application coming soon. So it's for a total of 3 million. That would be exciting stuff. Any questions on that? It's literally at this kind of concept stage. I'll get a grant application in, and according to state parks and with LWCF, review times are taking about 9 to 12 months right now on grant applications, especially of this size. So I wouldn't expect any movement or construction activity this summer, fall, winter of 26, but coming soon, I hope.
You know, I gotta put a C.
City manager, go ahead.
So Amy, you and I have talked about this, but in other communities, you've seen the private sector step up similar efforts. Have you gotten any kind of sense if there might be any private interest in helping with this, just to build a community track?
Appreciate you asking that. So something that came to light in speaking with state parks about the grant opportunity. If we go for the grant opportunity, there cannot be private involvement in conjunction. So we've got to pick one or the other. And knowing that 1.5 million was the maximum on an LWCF, my heart says go there. Because feels like it'd be a pretty solid project for that. Does not mean though that private partners in our community could not fundraise outside of that for other features, benefits. I've been asked, would there be or spectator seating, and I'm currently not showing that. So maybe some different smaller amenities could be ideal for that.
Bathroom, yeah.
Bathroom possibly. Yeah, I know. Bathrooms. So getting that knowledge, that was pretty impactful. I was very appreciative of receiving that. So more to come on that. I have also met with Northern Arizona Museum last month, showed them this concept drawing, because you will notice there's this concept shows taking access off the museum's existing parking lot. Parking for 2 large events per year for the museum is incredibly difficult for them. They loved this. They were like, whoa, wait a second. So you could relocate our trash and recycling dumpsters. I'm like, yeah, they're actually not to code right now. We'll deal with that later. But you might have an opportunity to have some additional overflow parking. Sounds like right now for their 2 large events, folks are parking across the street at the Colton House and crossing 180. Yeah, so this was a little bit of excitement when I met with them last month, which was cool to check that off the list too and foster that partnership. Any questions? Up is the one. Oh, no, he's not. Robert, do you want to do this one? He's not up. I have one more project. Gee whiz. This is exciting. This I wish was paired right after what Trevor was talking about, the spruce wash suite of improvements. Ponderosa Park reconstruction. Whew. That is at the end of the line there of the suite of stormwater improvements that have occurred as a result of the museum fire. We are ready. As you saw on capital engineering slide, they're hoping to be done June of 26. That's when PROS is hoping to begin. There's also some additional acreage that was acquired to the north of the existing park, and we're hoping to begin some neighborhood outreach in May of 26. Maybe that's June of 26. We'll see. We're trying to get back on the agenda with the Sunnyside Neighborhood Association as we're engaged on a quarterly basis. over the last few years on this. And then we want to do some neighborhood outreach on site and bring in with that. It's kind of a unique opportunity to have with a large park and playground manufacturer and company where they take all aspects of a park and say at this park and in this neighborhood, we've got multi-generational, we've got this, we've got that. Here's what all the options that can fit in this park to make this a really cool and neat and unique space for that neighborhood. There is $500,000 in the BBB Recreation Special Revenue. And we're also hoping that we get a CDBG grant opportunity. I know that was spoken at council on April 13th, and we'll come back here in a few weeks to leverage some of those funds. And then I think we have an opportunity with that manufacturer that does that full scope review of a park that is in a community like this. We're really hoping that it's up to 1 million total on that project to deliver something that says, wow.
Councilmember Garcia.
Yeah, just briefly, I didn't realize you were gonna, how in-depth you were going to tell the story, so you've pretty much said everything I was gonna say, but I wanted to make sure that city manager's office and mayor's office knows that, you know, council knows how proactive PROS has been throughout the whole process for the Sunnyside Neighborhood Association, as well as the other capital improvement teams have been with the stormwater. Still show up to field questions from new people coming into that meeting. So way ahead of the action item in the neighborhood association meetings and has really made the neighborhood feel valued and has some trauma scars from the past of not being heard healed now. And that is equally as impactful as the amount of forward thinking you guys are putting into letting the community decide what park amenities we're going to need and things like that. That stuff is tangible. We can see that on the surface, but the wounds that are being healed by staff's participation are things that you don't normally get to speak about in public or even know about. I just want to say thank you especially for that. Over the past 3 years, you guys have done
Thank you, appreciate that. Anything else on Ponderosa Park reconstruction? I have one more, I'm sorry, Robert. The anticipation is. Continental Park. The regional park design, that's 86 plus acres north of current Continental Park, which is 5 ball fields, going all the way north up to I-40. Some council members have had an opportunity to go out on tour and see some of this. It's huge, it's wild. So it's a regional park when you're getting upwards of 100 acres when you include the current 15 acres. We're going to need multiple access points. When you have something linear like that, just, I would assume at least 2, if not more. We need a girls softball complex. Y'all have heard that from me before. We need more multi-purpose fields. There's easy opportunities for foots connections, possibly an event space. Might be kind of neat out there. There's a pretty cool wall along the state land piece. Not gonna say it would be similar to something in Colorado, but very cool. There's Big Lake Improvement Incorporation with our partners in water services that we're taking a look at now. And then there's the most amazing space to the north on the other side of I-40 with Picture Canyon Natural and Cultural Preserve. We could create a connection there. A really neat space. This has just recently changed. Thank you, Amir, but I didn't catch it by the time of this slide. Instead of 1.5 million, it's 1 million design and probably some outreach because we're really hitting some success when we're doing outreach with the community and doing that listening. And then in some future years, there's additional funds for further design, further outreach, or possible opportunities to leverage. Because my guess is, talking about 86 acres, we're gonna need 50 million plus for something like that. It is on PRO's unfunded capital list, and we'll just see what happens as the time comes, but it'd be kind of neat to get a little bit of color to paper on something like this and generate some interest in the community on this too. Any questions on Continental Regional Park?
Sinkhole.
The bottomless pit. The bottomless pit is outside of city's ownership. So what's highlighted there in yellow is City of Flagstaff owned property. Bottomless pit is, it's where this little tiny blue starts right there. So currently not considered in that. And then there's 2 grayed out parcels there that are under private ownership. So that's also not considered right now in that 86 acres.
Would it be if you could get acquisition of that?
Possibly. It'd be nice. I think it'd provide a little continuity if we could get acquisition of that. Might make things a little bit easier. It feels a little weird to have this really thin linear connection and then kerpow, more space. What's that?
Put the roller derby.
Our second she dies. The bottomless pit. Any other questions on Continental?
Thank you.
My turn yet?
Do you all want to hear from Robert? Do you want me to keep going? Mr. Robert Wallace.
And in the wings there, making Amy nervous. Just excited to get up here. I'm Robert Wallace, Open Space Supervisor for the City of Flagstaff. And it's a pleasure to be here with all you today. I'm really excited to get up here because this is our first year for our CIP projects. I'm sure council remembers that we took the ordinance for the BBB special revenue for the allocation for Parks and Recreation to allocate a portion of that to open space projects. So up until this point, we've been doing all of our projects with grants, volunteers, or a base budget. We have quite a list of projects that are going to be coming up in the next few years. This is our first one for this fiscal year. The McMillan Mesa Natural Area, that's the area just south of Buffalo Park. If you take the pedestrian bridge over, there's about 300 acres between Forest Avenue and where the church lies. And this project is going to be looking at completing trail repairs on that property, new bridge installation, restoration of vegetation along the trail, and some unauthorized trail routes. And one of the parts that I'm very excited about is doing some ADA improvements on the trail. Parks just completed an ADA project with the help of Arizona State Parks at Buffalo Park. So this could extend those trail opportunities using the cedar at grade crossing and trail all the way down to the church and making a loop around the Buffalo. So I'm very excited about that. We just met with Arizona State Parks this week and did a walk through there. So they think this is a pretty nice and viable project for us. We'll improve safety and accessibility and hopefully long-term sustainability of the natural area. 150,000 of this will be coming from the Recreational Special Revenue Fund. And then if we are successful in obtaining that grant from Arizona State Parks, that'll contribute another $145,000, close to $300,000 for this project. Questions about this project?
Garcia.
I was just curious, we talked earlier about the new department of like maintenance and whatnot that's going to be housed in Public Works. Will they be the people that maintain this area, rails and stuff?
Is responsible for maintaining all the foot trails. So we actually are really grateful to be relying on them to maintain trails. So we are working with Gino and his team on this project as far as doing the assessment, what needs to be done, and then we'll probably they'll help us with the implementation as well.
If you have an opportunity, please throw it out there.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify, we're still working out a lot of the details with Public Works, but I think one detail is pretty clear that Parks will still maintain the foots.
Thank you.
That actually is the only CIP project for this year for open space, but I did want to throw this out there too, to just get a taste of what we're going to be having coming up in the list. Picture Canyon on the east side of town, kind of back behind the mall off of old Route 66.
There's a Wildcat Reclamation Facility there. We're going to be working with engineering to provide a foot's connection to Fisher Canyon. We're currently working with our partners in real estate that we're really grateful for to gather the easements and acquisitions for this. It will come in from Route 66, following the Rio de Flag, and then over to the trailhead, which is the red square, which is our current location there. So this will complete that foot's connection. It'll work on realigning some trails in the preserve. It'll add some parking improvements, including looking at providing some ADA accessible parking locations. And then we hope to provide 2 new ADA trails at Fisher Canyon, one going out to the Deepwater Pond and one potentially going out to the Petroglyph Overlook. So this accessibility and then recreation and natural experiences over at Fisher Canyon. Again, we have 200,000 coming from the Recreational Special Revenue Fund in fiscal year 28. And then we are looking into grant opportunities for the Recreational Trails Program grant with Arizona State Park to help supplement that. On that. All right, well, thanks very much.
Thank you.
Want to take a quick break?
Yes, the slide tells us.
Then I thought we could come back and have a discussion about what's on your mind and as well.
We're 15 minutes ahead of schedule. So be back at 3. All right, we are back. And we are ready.
You're okay. Stay over here.
Yeah.
So this is the opportunity to circle back on any items that were brought up from council. Shannon and I just connected, and I think we've answered everything that's come forward. We're planning on putting together that service partner history, one item. The main things that I had, obviously I had quite a few questions. What I wanted to do now was just open it up to council on any items that that are on your minds, things that you didn't see included that you would like us to look into. We really tried our best to include everything that was included in council priorities and the needs of the organization, but also recognize that there might be something out there that is either new or that we might have missed.
I can bring up something. So to keep our international dark skies designation, we're required to do a certain number of outreach events and kind of compliance events. And so we met with the Dark Skies Coalition, and they have been fulfilling that for us all this time, since the time that we were designated. And they've asked whether we could designate some money to help them do the work that keeps our designation.
And some of that would be compliance and working with our team on dark sky compliance.
Yeah, so working with code compliance on where we might need some work in terms of compliance. And then the outreach stuff, like the light bulb, you know, they give away free light bulbs to residents, amber light bulbs, and their event in the square, and the events they do at Buffalo Park. So not necessarily paying for all of it, but pitching in because they are doing work for the city, on behalf of the city.
Mayor, you'd be so happy to know that it's in the budget. Discover Flagstaff, their tourism BBB, they asked for more money. And we will be helping, we already created the logo for them, which you've seen. So going to be supporting them in all the events, and we are working with the Dark Skies Coalition. When it comes to some of the code compliance things, we can't cover that with the BBB, but we will be doing all of the other stuff to kind of enhance.
So they're promotional stuff, but in terms of like buying the light bulbs and whatnot, that would need to come out of a different.
Yeah, but we could help with getting that outreach out and things like that, because we also have our Flagstaff local campaign. So I can utilize the Flagstaff local campaign to see if there's others that can help us with that type of outreach as well. So I could just have Lori reach out to them, Lori Pappas, and we can talk about how we can use that other campaign to help with that.
Okay.
And I'll send her a note right now.
Thank you.
And then we'll make sure we've got the code compliance piece covered.
Thank you. Councilmember House.
Yeah, I have I think related question, is you bringing up, especially with the code compliance. I'm remembering when I worked in property management directly, there were occasional site inspections that happened because of the exterior lighting on the property. Was that, I never really remembered or knew, to be honest, if that was dark sky or if it was actually the city compliance team.
Without knowing and just guessing, I'd say it was Dark Skies. Because I think that they've had, in some years, more funding, less funding, more volunteers, fewer volunteers. And so I think that it was probably them, but if anyone knows, Shell, are you here? You do.
Yeah.
But have they ever, well, did they inspect and give you light bulbs, or did they just say you're out of compliance?
Yeah, they would just notify us if we were out of compliance.
Oh, that could have been our code.
Dark sky compliance.
I'm having a little problem hearing all the way in the back, so if you could just repeat what the exact question you had.
It's just the question of who, for like site visits and letting a property, particularly in multifamily, you know, if they're out of compliance for dark sky. Do you know who would have been leading those?
So currently that is Rob. I think it's the city. So the thing is, we have a joint, and you'll be seeing this, I think, June, we have an IGA with the shared position with Klaus, who is our co-compliance officer, who's also our dark sky compliance officer. So currently that is us. We do work with Mark Stento at the county, but primarily that is Rob who goes out. And he has been extraordinary. He's been in that position, I think, now for less than 2 months. And the amount of work that he has been doing with Danielle and Chris with the Dark Skies Coalition, and Mark, and really just trying to get a lot more education out to the community. It's been incredible what he's doing, the excitement that he's bringing to it. And so I don't know if that answers your question, but he will be giving a presentation, like I said, in May or June. Everything that we have been doing and everything that he plans on doing to really help boost that program and the education component. And we talked about some fun things to do with like different neighborhoods, maybe having like some HOA conversations about could we start doing stickers to say we are in compliance, and you know, maybe even friendly competition ways of who can. So yeah, there's a lot of great ideas, but he is the one that leads that program.
Councilmember Spence, Councilmember Aslan, Councilmember Matthews.
Thank you, Mayor and Manager. I have a suggestion for funding for housing. And if I can be forgiven putting this in the form of a mayor's proclamation, whereas affordable and available housing is a council priority. And whereas the 10-year housing plan to address the housing emergency calls for a funding stream for affordable housing. And whereas the BBB tax is paid largely by our visitors who, to a great extent, or to some extent, occupy housing stock, short-term rentals that would otherwise be available to our city residents. And whereas waiting until September to hear this housing presentation to council, waiting till September puts us behind schedule on this coming year's budget. I therefore now, David Spence, council member and member of the study group that's been working on housing as part of Economy for the Good project here in town. I therefore request a modest amount of BBB funding be allocated every year to a dedicated fund, perhaps a lock box similar to Park Flag, but be dedicated to affordable housing. Thank you.
Well, thank you, council member. I don't think I've ever had a request in the.
Answer it in a proclamation form.
Yeah. Yes. So I think a couple things, and what I wanted to do first was have Sterling talk about, I'm putting you on the spot, but what we would need to do to change that BTP allocation. So whereas and therefore, September 1st may not be that far away, what we might need to do, but certainly, can you talk about what?
Yeah, there's voter approval required for BBB funding to be allocated to affordable housing. I'll just be pretty blunt. I won't use any whereases or now therefores. That would be a very significant climb, but that's what it would take.
So Sterling, are you saying we would have to go out to all the people that voted for this and say, is this what you want?
It wasn't one of the original reasons that it was in place. You would have to have voter approval.
Was that the process that was followed with regard to allocating a portion to pros in the past year?
When it went to pros, it was for a beautification purpose. It was within the scope.
Thank you.
And if I'm wrong, if I'm misspeaking on any.
After it had been originally formulated in the 80s to vote. And then that's when Parks and Recreation was added to it. And the reason why Parks and Recreation was added to it is because they actually serve the visitor, tourism visitor actually uses those amenities.
Thank you.
Councilmember, I will say, I mean, we are, I know you have your, I called it the donut hole, but it's the donut economy.
Donut economy.
We are looking at every possibility on how we could fund an ongoing housing costs. So we feel like right now we're in pretty good shape on that process. September 1st is probably the earliest we can bring it back, but if we just given the summer break. But just please know that we're still continuing to work on this and come up with other ideas.
Thank you.
Sorry, I didn't put it in a whereas, now therefore.
Henceforth.
Henceforth.
Therefore, we are disappointed in you.
Councilmember Aslan.
Thank you, Mayor. So a couple conversations going on around this. I just want to put it out here in a public forum to make sure that it's part of the broader discussion. I recently sat down with Kim Katabi of the Literacy Center to just strategize and talk about what they're up to and all the great work they're doing and how tight their funding is. I see your Literacy Center sticker on your water bottle there. They do a lot of things in town and they're pretty strapped. I've dedicated myself to representing their interests here on council and just trying to see if we could find a way to strengthen those partnerships and make it sustainable. At the CBDG conversations were just around the corner, so that was sort of top of mind, and we talked about that a little bit. I mentioned that at a council meeting. A little late to the table for them this time around. I'm sure they're going to be prepared to pounce on that next year. But just in addition, I think that's the sort of organization that we nonprofit here in town that could really use some ongoing strategic partnership. I'd be willing to propose some funds from our council initiative fund to help them out, but I think they're looking for something far more sustainable. And as you know, my philosophy on the council initiative fund is it should not be used for ongoing support long-term for projects. So just want to put that in the parking lot.
Do you have an actual request from them that you can send to me? And
I do, yeah. They're looking for around $5,000 to $10,000 in support.
Councilmember Matthews.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Councilmember Spence, for this morning when you said, I'm going to say something unpopular, and then when you thinking out of the box this afternoon. Just for the record, I do not feel comfortable in, for lack of a better word, commingling. BBB is a burden on our
hospitality and stuff, and to have it go into other sectors, I think might be problematic. But in the theme of talking about our budget constraints, our public safety deficits and stuff, I just want to say this out loud because I think that we need to take a hard look at things that we have done in the past because we could. And so Nicole, if you're here still. Nicole, come here, I have a question for you. So I remember, I don't think it was on the dais, but we had a conversation one, and I've never been a fan of energy tax credits. I don't think they do what's any good here, right? So we give 100,000, give or take, to New Mexico for their enjoyment of clean energy, right? On the same breath, you and I have talked about, well, because I've asked about what about the forests and the carbon sinks, and you said, well, our carbon neutrality plan is focused just within the city limits. But we do send 100,000 over to New Mexico. And I'm going to circle back around to the 100,000. So, you know, I'm reading about all the great partnerships, private partnerships that Babbitt Ranch is doing with their solar. I did the math right. It comes out to what they're doing reduces the emissions by 1,077 metric tons. Our annual goal is 557. They're right next door to us. I know that our carbon neutrality plan does not look beyond the city limits, yet we send 100,000 to New Mexico. So that's where I'm going with that. So given our, to take a hard look on things that we just have been doing because we could, I just want to put it out there. I know already the hairs on people's the back of their necks going up, that maybe reconsidering that 100,000 that doesn't actually impact the good of within our city limits to improving our carbon emissions city limits. So it wasn't really a question, but I just wanted to pose that this is happening, we do this for that justification and this, and 100,000 is another FTE for public safety or somewhere else. And so I think that these kind of at least questions or discussions, because whatever we conclude with the public safety tax, I don't think the public is going to, it's fair just to say, and we're going to put it all on you guys, even though what Rick proposed is a net and really not a big change. But I think that we owe it to the public and ourselves to at least talk about, is that still realistic? Is that moving the needle for us in Flagstaff? So I don't mean to, I'm not trying to pick on you, but not at all. But I was also asking about all these agencies that we're giving money to the tune of 1.5 million, which could also make a huge, and none of us here want to take that away from any of those agencies, just like a lot of people are very passionate about our carbon neutrality goals. But I think sit back and at least talk about it. Right.
And if I may, another teaser alert. So on Tuesday, I will be bringing forward a conversation for the council. I've been working with the Navajo Tribal Utility Authority to bring forward a proposal for council's consideration that would significantly reduce our expenditures on renewable energy credits and actually partner with NTUA rather than APS at a tune of almost $40,000 savings a year. In addition, something for consideration is the way that we have funded those renewable energy credits currently are based on electric code. So water services pays in share of the expenditures right now for those renewable energy credits. It's not all general funded. It is parsed out by consumption. So you'll see on Tuesday, and it will be in your agenda packet tomorrow. Slide deck does break down like how are we spending that. The way that we are focusing our Hoover Energy contract, we are buying a very small percent of our renewable energy from Hoover directly. The cost savings there and the cost savings with our current power purchase agreements will bring us to essentially a net zero. So it isn't a like for like swap, but I really appreciate, because it is about, it's the philosophical question. But I really do hope that the conversation that we have with council on Tuesday night will allow some additionality in how we're looking at that, but also bringing forward a package that will save the city money. Yeah, so thank you for bringing that up.
Giving it the spoiler alert.
No, I've had two today.
I love it.
And I think, and I had no jokes. I'm just,
Well, the joke, so.
I got teaser alerts. I'd rather have a teaser alert.
Yeah, but if you had a joke, if you did.
I didn't prepare.
Maybe Tuesday.
Thank you. Was there anything?
No, no.
Okay, great, thank you.
Councilmember Garcia.
Thank you, ma'am. The council, colleagues, staff, all y'all. So I've seen a trend that leads us in a very positive direction over time. Council, prior to my time on council, saw an issue with needing to level up pay raises and get up to market rate and do their employees. They're moving along swimmingly. I got on council, we talked a lot about the public safety thing. This year, I think the transition to new city manager and all the processes around that has kind of have been our focus, and I'm happy about that. So, but I haven't heard a lot of talk around like there existing council priorities that need robust funding apparatuses or ideas around moving the needle forward on. So that's where I'd like to add my 2 cents in and hope that that we could see more outputs. So today during the meeting, I over talked about my time on BPAC, but it was because I was considering it for this meeting. When we were budgeting back in those days, and it was a very different looking department because there wasn't much of a department there. We were the city was building it out. We were pretty steadfast on quite a few projects, some that haven't even come up yet. But we made sure that there was money when they did come up, and up till now, it's reached that time period where we kind of saw the future. Where maybe the city wasn't ready for it yet or couldn't see the pathway towards it. Well, now we have funding set aside for those projects. I think it was the due diligence and the creativity of that commission body at the time. I think I see the same thing happening here with council when it comes to these ideas, and that's where I want to put my weight in on. So earlier we discussed having land set aside for housing, and he's talked about $500,000, which is a great start. I think that one of our greatest assets is that shark bite piece that we've needed to develop on for so long. We've had it there for it. We don't have a housing department that puts up stem walls and drywall and everything else. We figure it out in a different way, but if we don't have the land, then we can't necessarily figure out how to put the houses on it. Movement of the shark bite, we're learning through that land acquisition and development for housing. I would like to see, it's only $500,000 a year, which I know is hard to shoehorn out of a budget, but I don't want to see just a placeholder with $500,000 saying, look, we did our job. That's not, in my opinion. I think we need a good $10 million in that budget for when the right opportunity comes. And we don't even know where that's going to be right now. But if we don't have, so far for one of our main goals is housing, we've seen that we can take additional housing and those type of things. And we have partners that we work with and we have funding for those. But one part I think we're missing out on hugely is the land acquisition specified for housing. And I think that by chipping away with a little bit every year for this, it would be more advantageous than for us to wait for the time when we need it and then trying to figure out a way to get it through the budget. I think those goals kind of align with what David was mentioning, Councilmember Spence. as far as his idea is concerned, maybe this is equally as controversial as his. Hopefully it's more doable, or at least more feasible. So, I know I'm only one council member. I want us to be working on our priorities, because I think we're all the little details and all the bumps in the road, we've really kind of leveled those out. Usually along at a nice clip. So we need to keep more focus on land acquisition for housing.
Great. And council member, I think, and maybe Heidi can correct me, I think we already had some money in that land acquisition fund. It's over $500,000. Did last year. Yeah, and Councilmember, I completely agree. I mean, I think, you know, some of the strategies right now with getting some of these properties out, you know, the Schultz, the Shark Bite, we're gonna have the Lone Tree property. The goal is that that's going to, maybe others, that's going to generate some revenue that can be put into housing. I mean, that is the goal, that all goes back into land acquisition. You're specifically talking about land acquisition or just building housing in general?
Land acquisition, because I don't think we have the capacity for building. I mean, I'm no expert in the field, but when I look at just basic numbers, it would be catastrophic, the amount of money we would need to start a team that would build houses. But I think the Shark Bite was always, I remember the conversations around it were always, how is this going to be advantageous for our housing? I think since we're at the poised to start on that project, we're going to learn enough from it. Yeah. If we keep stocking a little bit away, if we can, when we can, then we will be positioned to when the opportunity opens up for us, as opposed to trying to seize an opportunity and not be prepared for it.
And just to jump in on this quickly, I would see that as part of a larger strategy discussion about where we get the biggest bang for buck. Just to make sure that we've evaluated housing affordability in its totality, so that the strategies that we're using are rise up to the level of priority. And since there's already money being allocated every year, perhaps that discussion already happened. Since we've been on council.
We did not allocate any money this year to that position. That was last year. Saying was because there's still money and there are other projects in the pipeline that we feel like we need to increase that fund. And we didn't have a lot of money, but that was either.
Okay. But yeah, I love that we own some land that where housing can be built. And so I'm not arguing that that's not a great place to put money, but I'd just like to have a discussion about what the most effective use of resources would.
You're right about that, Mayor.
And I think what I will.
She's the mayor.
I think what I will say back, I like the strategy idea, is council being open to us getting rid of some property as well. Some property, it just doesn't make any sense. Yeah. That we could then use.
Yeah. Councilmember House.
Thank you, Mayor. So I wanted to go back to first, what Councilmember Spence was raising, and just ask the question of comment here, in terms of what we can do to keep pursuing creative options and opportunities to create those unique revenue streams for our housing goals. Exactly how long ago it was, but I was talking about the concept of social housing and just looking at how we can advance concepts like that in the community, whether it's P3 development, partnerships that support land acquisition, as we were just talking about, or land trust for diverse workforce housing options, or other things along those lines. I have been in touch recently with the Abundance Movement, and they have been doing a lot of work on the front lines of advancing housing initiatives for communities of all shapes and sizes. And one of the things that they've kind of been talking about now, or at least have contacts that community could reach out to you and talk about how they've advanced some of these housing initiatives, was the social housing concept and just how that creates some of those really creative options for communities to expand housing options, create more density in housing, really support neighborhood development and investments and all of those sorts of things. So I think it's really worth looking into as we can. The next thing is just going back to what Councilmember Aslan was raising. I'm really supportive of a proposal, ways to support the Literacy Center. I think the work that they do speaks a lot to the question of quality of life for many of our community members. I'm wondering if we don't want to, considering the relatively small amount that's being sought right now, if we don't want to pursue council initiative at this moment, while we're also looking down the line through the budget process to see what ongoing partnerships or could be initiated and sustained over the long term. The last thing for me is just going back to the conversations that we've been having about public safety, the public safety potential bond measure and all of those things. A lot of the conversations that I've been having with some of our police officers, some of our firefighters, really got into this conversation in really interesting ways when I got to do a ride along recently with the fire department, is the need for increased focus on police, fire, and first responder and frontline safety team members' mental and behavioral health efforts. I don't recall off the top of my head how much that's included in the public safety bond measure or funding considerations, but I just know that it's been a very rapidly growing concern across the nation. The number of first responders that are essentially, whether it's they're retiring and suffering major cardiac incidents because of the stress that they've carried throughout their careers, or just suffering in silence through their current work in the field, there is a growing concern about just the capacity of communities to offer that type of care for a lot of our frontline workers. And that's including not only police officers and firefighters, but also EMT and completely blanking on the term now, but the people who answer the phones when there's a
dispatcher.
They carry so much of that weight as well. And so just thinking through how we can bring that focus or continue in some of those conversations. I know that part of the work that NAH is doing in their Mental Health Awareness Month, one of their first programs, I think, is focusing specifically on first responder needs and mental health. So I just think it's something to call forward as part of our ongoing considerations.
The redemption, the contract with redemption is included in the budget, right? And then in the potential possible bond, you had mentioned a wellness coordinator?
Yeah, we're strong.
Would that be for fire as well?
Share resources is
Great.
Thank you.
Good point. Thank you. Anything else? Councilmember
Yeah, I
Aslan.
just wanted to bring this up again as well. Not the first time I've mentioned it, but I do think that we have an opportunity to improve the coalition building around this bond and making sure it gets passed. If we can put a little bit of attention to detail on a forward-facing database experience that makes it easy for the public to understand what's going on within the police department and provide a sense of transparency that we're all looking to offer. And obviously, I know that involves a lot of data entry. It involves a lot of software. There's so much that goes into that, a lot of conversion of data into different things. Funding that's never going to be easy or popular, but bond could provide an opportunity for a small wedge or fraction of some of that funding to accumulate towards that goal, which is an ongoing goal. It's one of those things that's never going to be done. But our community is asking for that kind of interface, and I think that would provide even more support this bond moving forward. If we could have that as part of the conversation.
After we had a discussion about it, Shannon and I spoke. Can you share about the CAD?
I mean, that is, as you saw today, that is one of the projects that's going on right now. And I think having a record system that allows for easier reporting will make the job easier, but Chief County produces a credit report right now on a regular basis. And so is that posted on your transparency side, or maybe talk to the forward facing piece? I don't know.
Yeah, the goal is real updated every 24-hour real-time dashboard. We press the button and look at the last shift and performance and then all the data. And then twice a week, and staffing go over trends in that report. So we have, to be completely honest, it takes Lori and some staff with the current system. It's a pretty primitive extraction. But I think as we move forward, a few systems and this more dynamically with the community. To tell you that I'm available to you in any meetings that you desire. The mayor and I meet monthly on conversations where I'll share that data. So when you go into community meetings and with your constituents, I'm happy to schedule into my schedule a regular cadence where I'm. It's
Are you going to be showing that at your update on Tuesday?
We measure year. Yeah, we'll talk.
Can I add to that, just because flag, PD and fire are requesting aren't going to equate over to, we had, 57 crimes this week. Handling it all, what is that?
There is some good information on the website where you get presentations on why and what you need now and over the next 5 years and what that looks like.
Doesn't say why you need $200 million, right? So I think maybe if we could put that data from the presentations that they've done over the last couple of months, PD and emergency services, and showing what the committee saw on why they need this and what they need moving forward, I think that would be more informative, because if I saw what the trends were or the arrests were, the types of crimes, that doesn't tell me why we need what
I think it's important, as I was talking to the community, part of my constituency, who was very straightforward looking at me, telling me there's no crime in my neighborhood. I think it would help if they had some sort of metric there to show that there is crime happening and that's getting solved. You might pick up a vote from that person, because to them, it seemed like it wasn't that big of a deal to them because it seemed fine, and in that neighborhood probably is no crime.
All right, anything else, council?
Thank you.
That's our parking lot.
Comment?
Comments. Yeah, so we can move on
I
to,
think we're good. Thank you for the feedback. Circle back on these items that you brought up today.
all right, so now we have public comment. Budget. Of anyone in person or online? Public comment?
I'm not seeing anyone.
Once? Going twice? All right, thank you, everyone. This has been, I would say this has been the best I've been a part of.
Thanks to the great. Thank you. All of you participating and being part of this process today.
We are adjourned.